Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Mr. Kinkaid just Zubed for months.
Merci.
Grug, build me a PC. Suddenly, Arteezy appear out of nowhere. He walks strong into Grug's cave. Grug, Arteezy say, I hear great things about Stone Age Sentinels. I want to join your team as carry. Grug stare with pride, nod slow. Arteezy, you good player. Now you learn true ways of hunt with Grug. They shake hands. Arteezy officially part of Sentinels, ready to fight and also ready to learn how cook big game over stone fire. Thank you, Grug, for the PC build. So, man, I've got something to do this weekend. The walk. I'm doing the walk this weekend. I'm kind of stressed about it. So I think what's best is if I just basically play solo games for the rest of the week, and then I'll be back next week and we can pick up. Does that sound okay? Thank you, bud. the most frustrating phone call this morning. I don't. If your English is not good and your accent is incredibly strong, just saying, maybe being a phone receptionist is not the best idea. I just could not understand what this lady was saying. It's just a nightmare. My mate had to call Virgin Media support the other day. Could not understand a word the woman on the other end of the phone was saying. Which is fair enough. I mean, fuck me. If your accent is that strong, it's all very well passing the test on paper to say, yeah, I speak English. I'm sure you do. But I cannot understand you. Just cannot understand you. I mean, I've had it before where literally the person on the other end of the phone is too Scottish. I've had that. You're just like, oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to slow down. This lady was, I couldn't tell if she was from South Asia or Southeast Asia. Her accent was very odd. And I absolutely could not understand her. And I'm not like some chump. Oh. And I said, like, I'm sorry, I just can't understand you. She's like, I've made it perfectly clear. I was like, no, I mean, I just cannot understand you. It's crazy. And I start to feel like it's my fault. Are they like Gerald from Clarkson's Farm? Like a Dutch Gerald, good God. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Let's open some of these. Hell yeah. Right here in the street. Ooh, that was a £2 pull. Very spicy. He's come over there are three of the barrack ones there. He's been sitting in the road in the garden. Or Gerald's more like, we've been going around about 14 years, man. We go get out the back. He's down the old oak tree down by the reservoir. And it's a fire. Absolutely pissing it down it was. Wise words. How much are you going to sell that £2 pole? Why, you want to buy it, Stubborn? I generally put them at 20% above market value. I wonder, like, if you have a really strong regional accent, or a very strong accent from overseas, first of all, you must be aware of it. Because you can hear everyone else speaking English that doesn't have that accent. Surely you'd temper it a little bit. Like, I know when I'm speaking to when I'm doing interviews or something and I'm talking to a foreign player, I slow down, I use more straightforward vocabulary. Sometimes I make mistakes. And use a phrase that they might not be familiar with unless they're a first language English speaker. But I try to make sure that it's simpler for them to understand me. What's my feeling on Clarkson's farm and the way the council acts towards everything he does? Do I want to say this? I don't know. I got a lot of shit for saying it on the Triforce podcast. Here's my feeling about it. I'll say it, because at least now I can just ban people or whatever. It's a TV show, guys. It's a TV show. Do you suspect that the makers of the show, including Jeremy Clarkson, have decided that what would make a good show is if Jeremy Clarkson has no problem with the council? Or do you think it would be a better show if he did stupid things and then said, the bloody council, and got everyone watching to go, yeah! Just saying, is it possible that Jeremy Clarkson's making shit up? Is it possible that they leave out a lot of details? Is it possible that a TV show isn't being 100% honest in their representation of the local council? I'm sure it's at least conceivable, isn't it? Sir, please man the counter. But when I said that, got a lot of shit. My point was just that, of course, they came out, the council, and said, that's not fair. That meeting was actually much longer. And the way they edited it was to look like the meeting was like 10 minutes and nobody let him speak. Which was not the case. So, if you want me to complain about councils, I will do that. But when you have a big TV show and you say that the council are the bad guys, but you don't really show what happened honestly, I've got to say, I think all people like Jeremy Clarkson. I like that show. I don't like Jeremy Clarkson, but it is a really good show. And what I'm saying is, and this was the point I made, and apparently this was unacceptable to a lot of people. Only point I made was, they have edited this TV show because having a bad guy is a much more interesting story than Jeremy Clarkson fucked up, didn't file the right paperwork, didn't go through the right procedures, and got turned down. And then people are like, I don't understand why these are the rules anyway. Whilst at the same time, bemoaning the death of what they see as the countryside. If you just say to anybody that owns land, yeah, you can do whatever you like, you end up with an industrial hellscape where nothing is sacred and they will just fuck over whatever they want to make a little bit of money. And you could say, oh, but Jeremy Clarkson was just trying to build a cafe. Sure. I agree with you. He was just trying to build a cafe, but there are right ways and wrong ways to do things. And he's complaining about having to have fire regulations out there. And parking and lighting and shit like that. If you want to take all that away, cool, you can do that. Go live in a country where they have no fucking rules and see what that's like. And go to places like Spain and stuff like that where people just do shit and then apply for planning permission later and look at the state of their countryside. You have stacks of half-finished buildings because they start them, ran out of money to bribe local officials, and then they just stopped. Or they start them and then applied for permission and were rejected and had to stop. And now it's stuck there. It's just laughable that people automatically took his side. Holy shit. That's a big sale. Bazinga. And then I made the point that if you have farmland with no sense of, let's retain some of the aesthetic, if you like, of the natural world, having a place that is beautiful, having a place where it's not just given over to industry at any cost, so that we actually have wildlife preserved. We have hedgerows that are important for local wildlife preserved. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. Who cares? It's just some pigeons. Or whatever. Of course he's going to say that. Because his whole thing is, fuck the environment. And if you're someone that can go along with that, fair enough. But you have to understand that some people are going to say, fuck you. And then I mentioned the fact that having been to southern Spain, you go to Almeria, go around that region and look at the state of their farmland there. It is just greenhouses. I spoke about this before. I even showed a picture of it on stream. For anyone that wasn't here, I will show you. Southern Spain, greenhouses. Here is what it looks like. And I saw this with my own eyes and I couldn't believe it. Could not believe what I was looking at. See if I can get a nice big picture. So, we're driving in from the airport. We come over one of these mountains here on a road, and this is what you see. That is greenhouses. This entire area is greenhouses, as far as the eye can see. Alright? And they're not like the nice greenhouse at the end of your grandmother's garden. It is plastic, roofed, and all it is a hothouse. They have loads of immigrant and foreign and illegal immigrant workers in there because it's cheaper. Because no Spaniards want to fucking work in there, so they get foreign workers in to toil in unbelievable heat just to make sure that we have strawberries and tomatoes year-round in fucking Sainsbury's. Okay, look at that. Now, the reason that you have regulations that say, no, don't do that over here, where we say, no, we're not going to have just continual bullshit. Like, you can't just build whatever you want. That's what you end up with. Genuinely. Is farmers who, you know, we have this idea of them as being not business people, but they have to make money, right? Saying, how can I make the most money? Well, it turns out fucking stacking greenhouses everywhere. But I don't want Britain to look like that. So when people like Clarkson bemoan the fact that the council has some say in what he does with his land, it's because if you don't, that's what you end up with. Shit like that. And I would say, whatever the situation is with the council, I don't know, in Clarkson's show, I don't know if we have 100% of the story. I genuinely don't. I know the council have their side of the story. I know he has his side of the story. I guess if you're just saying, well, I'm going to take Jeremy Clarkson's side of the story because I like Jeremy Clarkson, that's fair enough. You can do that. But understand that he's not exactly unbiased, is he? I mean, this guy wants to make a TV show. Everyone there wants to make a TV show. And like I said, the best way to make a TV show is to have some fucking drama and to have an easy, ready-made enemy in the face of the local council. Because they said no to Jeremy Clarkson, so they're the bad guys. And whatever they do, bear this in mind. 1 minute, you're a councillor in a very quiet parish. All of a sudden, whatever you do is national news because it involves Jeremy Clarkson. And you've got lots of other people around there. Lots of other people around there saying, please don't let Jeremy Clarkson build that there, because that's going to fuck our land up. So I'm just saying that before we leap to, yeah, Clarkson's right, fuck the council, it's a very one-sided story we're being told. They don't have a TV show. He does. They don't have newspaper columns. He does. They don't have the might of Amazon behind them. He does. All I know about it is from the show. I haven't looked at it beyond that. But people were very quick to say, yeah, Clarkson's right. I don't know what the details of the case are. Maybe he's right. Maybe it was bullshit. But how about they show that in a way other than him just being a grumpy old fucker? Where is Angus? I don't think I... Has he not started work? You lazy fucker! It is Sophie Rose NL. It absolutely is his whole brand. And it's fun. The show's really funny. I really like Clarkson's Farm. And I like the fact that, because he doesn't know what he's doing, and the other people do, he's kind of portrayed as the fool. And that's really, really good. I think that's excellent. And he has had like quite a wake up about what farmers are up against and what environmental damage looks like and stuff like that. And he's like made it quite clear. I had no idea that this was this hard and that this was what they were up against. That's important. And it's a really, really good way to show people who don't understand anything about farming, myself included, the kind of challenges that a farmer might be up against. Obviously, it's extremely exaggerated, and a lot of what he does is purely for effect and the show, which is fair enough. It's a TV show first and foremost. But that was just my point, that I don't want to take my source about what happened in this situation purely from Clarkson's TV show. And I think it is very easy to just say, councils suck. And I'll be honest with you, I've had plenty of problems with my own council. But how about what if we just do away with them? What's the solution? Yeah, have a little bit of extra money, but here you go. I mean, if you want less regulation in your food, you end up with American food. Where I saw a thing recently where Americans couldn't believe how many more ingredients were in their ketchup compared to ours. How much corn syrup they fucking stick in everything. How poorly looked after the state of their food is. How easy it is to get fucking drugs approved over there. How loose they are with the regulations about quality. It's remarkable. I mean, I've had problems with the council here when we had the illegal garage. Their inspection was at the wrong location. And they told me they couldn't do a follow-up because they hadn't found anything. And as I pointed out, you didn't find anything because you were at the wrong place. They're like, well, yeah, but we've closed the file now, and because the inspection didn't find anything. And it was like the most insane bureaucratic cycle where I was just saying the same thing over and over again, and they just didn't understand it. It was just insane. I felt like I was going mad. Yeah, whenever Sunsfan comes over here, he's always astonished at how much better the Coca-Cola is outside the US. I think the Swedish one is his favourite. Listen, you lads arguing about this specifics of the case are never going to agree. Ever. So just let it go. I mean, we've had things like when the Rugby World Cup was on around here, the council got this developer, Solum, to regenerate the station. Okay? Because Twickenham Station was shit, and we were having the Rugby World Cup. This is a few years ago now. And everyone was dead against the project, because they built this huge block of flats above the station. I didn't really mind because they were like, it'll ruin Twickenham's skyline, and I'm like, Twickenham doesn't have a fucking skyline, dude. Like, it's, I'm sorry, but it doesn't. It's not an especially attractive high street, and the bit by the station is wank. And then they were upset that they were building flats by the old postal depot, which was a massive eyesore, and that whole area around the station up to the Albany pub and all that is shit and massively underdeveloped. And Solom came in, and in exchange for renovating the station, were like, we want to build a bunch of flats, and they did. And I was like, you know, fine, the council is doing this, whatever. And at the time I was like, this is probably a reasonable suggestion. But then they wanted to redevelop Twickenham Riverside, and they spent £2.5 million on the Jubilee Gardens, which are shit. And then when it comes to their plans for regenerating the Riverside, it all looks utter wank. And every time they get someone in to do a plan, and they go to do a barefoot consultation, which they're obsessed with calling them barefoot consultations, even though nobody fucking knows what that means, everybody says these plans are awful, and they say, well, we've got to do one of them, and we're like, no, we don't. And then they go away and come up with some more plans, and it always involves some twat developer coming in and making a shitload of god-awful flats with no plans for things like parking or schools or anything like that. Lads, Captain Payne and whoever else is arguing with him, can you guys stop, please? Please. If you want to talk about this, take it to another place. If you're on the Discord, fucking talk about it there. If you're fucking talk to each other on Twitter or something, but can you shut the fuck up? Like I said, you're never going to agree with each other. Alright? There's no way that one person's going to go, you're right. It's just going to go on all day, and you're going to feel lousy, so don't do it. Twitter is, I think you mean X, the everything app. I don't know what you mean by Twitter. I've never heard of it. I don't tweet, I post. It's a much catchier name. Who saw him jumping around embarrassing himself at the Donald Trump rally? Kind of embarrassing. Not as embarrassing as the people who suck his dick on Twitter. They always make me laugh. If I was offered $1 million or dinner with Elon Musk, I would choose dinner with Elon Musk because I would learn so much more in that time than $1 million. I would learn how to become a billionaire like Elon Musk. That kind of shit. We are closed. We sold some cards today. That's pretty hype. Do we need much? I think we're good for stock, you know. We need some... Do we have any of those? Blue boxes, the cool blue boxes. Yeah, we got some down here. Oh, these are the wrong ones. I do think that is my one complaint is it is kind of hard to tell the difference between some blue boxes and some other blue boxes. I don't think these are the same. Yeah, these are different. Alright. Congrats. Oh, an upside down pack. That's good luck. I don't know what the most valuable card someone's got is. I'd like to think there's like a 20k card out there and shit. That would be fun. Ooh, 700. Nice. Don't worry, Parkplatz, we're doing it. My dog, Aggie, is a fucking idiot. She loves Mrs. F so much, and because she's a companion dog, she wants to be with her 24/7, right? Anytime she is not with Mrs. F, she gets so anxious that she licks the fur off her paws, the top of her paws. Doesn't matter who else is home, doesn't matter what's going on. She's like, oh my god, she's dead. Where's Mrs. F? It's maddening. We had to put the donut on her. PGL Waluigi. The shit with, you mean Fight Club? Yeah, I've heard about it. It's just... Look. Much like the Clarkson thing, people make up their minds based on who they like more. So if people really like Amar and don't like Seneko, they're going to take Amar's side. And if people really hate Amar, they're going to take Seneko's side. I will say this. Isn't Richard Lewis hosting the PGL Waluigi? Richard Lewis hosts an event. People are at each other's throats. I think that's funny. Team Nigma out already, right? I mean, these are adults. These are adult men. Just play the game. Just mute and play the game. No, I haven't watched any of it. I mean, when I go to Dream, I'm gonna have to watch this shit for 2 weeks. And some of the games are not gonna mean much at all. Some of them are gonna be hype. But, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't want to watch a tournament for 2 weeks and then work a tournament for 2 weeks. And I just did TI and that was 2 weeks. And I just kind of burnt out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like if you watch, like, let's say you're a football fan, right? And you watch a couple of matches at the weekend and a midweek match. When you're at a Dota tournament, you're watching 6 to 8 games per day. And each of those games, if you factor in the drafting, takes about as long as a fucking football match. So you're watching like 8 games of football a day. Like when the World Cup's just finished, I don't think, oh gosh, I'd love to watch some championship football. I think I am done with football for a while. Maybe that's just me. I just need breaks from things, mental breaks from things. Otherwise, you kind of lose the enthusiasm, you know? I want to have the enthusiasm that the audience has. And some people can just watch Pro Dota all day long at Redless. But for me, it's like, I don't know if I can just watch it day after day after day after day. No in-houses tonight because GTI's on, isn't it? We never do in-houses during GTI season. Boop, 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 boop. What if your staff come in, Stinky? You know what made me a little sad is people were talking about Richard Lewis as the host on Reddit. It was a really pretty toxic fucking thread. Lots of misinformation. But what annoyed me was somebody said, why didn't they get someone like Pyrion to host it? And I thought, I mean, they could have asked for sure. And then they were like, he's never hosted anything. It's like, I did Berlin and I did Stockholm. Everybody forgets. And I did some Dream League hosting. But obviously they're like, no, get someone else in. I think I did a reasonable job. But no one knew. No one was like, actually, he hosted blah blah. No one. They were all like, yeah, he's never hosted anything. I was like, oh shit. PGL's blacklist for talent. I think they'll pretty much, most of the orgs will hire anyone that hasn't been like publicly disgraced. I'm a divisive figure. I get it. I don't just, you know. I have opinions about things. I don't think any of them are especially controversial, but I think you're just meant to be more non-committal, and people will like you more. If you just say, oh, I don't know, I don't have an opinion on it, or just say, oh, well, it's a bit of this, a bit of that, and everybody goes, oh, yeah, what a great guy. Starving. You know, we haven't seen in a while is Saz Beth. She doing alright? Anyone know? I mean, I personally think that in the middle of oh, hello. That's big bucks. 2158. The sort of tumultuous post-TI team mix-up. I don't really think a tournament is ever going to be, like, amazing. Because a lot of the players, you know, it's all still settling in and everything like that. And I think another thing is, I think most people are waiting for a reasonably sized post-TI patch. Big spender. Hello, mate. Just that, is it? That'll be £5.13 change. Yeah, I mean, the players are probably fucking shattered. Because you had the build-up to TI, then like a tiny break straight into PGL Waluigi. Oh, I'm starving. Oh god, I gotta do some laundry. Yeah, fucking Clark. Ugh, I'll do this sale. You can handle this for a bit, mate, can't you? £9.52. There. What you got there? What you got there, Angus? Alright, we need orange boxes, don't we, actually? Oh, that's the wrong one. See, the packs are a little similar. Are these the right ones? No. We need red. Nuts. These aren't the right ones either. Which fucking one is this? Orange, orange. These. Beep ba boop. Beep ba boop. Beep boop ba boop. Zeep zoop zeep zoop. Zeep zoop zeep zoop. I don't know if the players are happy with the amount of Dota or not. I mean, this is a short career. Think how many players play Dota for a few years. Like, I'd like to know the average length of a Dota player's career. Obviously a lot of players never make it onto a tier 1 winning a lot of shit team. Like, you look at someone like, let's say, Quinn. Quinn spent quite a bit of time playing on NA teams and not really getting there. Then he's done amazingly on Game and Gladiators, right? And he's like a tier 1 player. But is he going to be a tier 1 player for 15 years? Most players aren't, especially mids, right? And you get a lot of players who, it's a pretty short career. So do they want as many tournaments as they can get? Because that way you can maximize your earnings while you're able to earn that money. Or would they like fewer? I don't know. I'll ask them. Thing is, you don't really want to ask on a broadcast, because then it's like you're kind of throwing the broadcast under the bus a little bit. You're like, there's too much dope, isn't there? This shouldn't be going on. There's too much dope. People would reasonably say, you should probably shut the fuck up because it's paying your wages. It's dog shit. But I think with StarCraft 2, I mean, for one thing, it's not like a young man's game outside of Korea? I guess, do they still play StarCraft 2 in Korea, or is it still Brood War? I mean, when I say it's not a young man's game, I mean it's not a growing game with the youth, is it? So if you think about Dota in 10 years' time, the player base is going to be mostly in their 30s. The players, therefore, are also going to be older. There's going to be some younger ones coming through, but you're not going to find... Think how many teams there are. You're not going to find a few hundred tier 1, 16, 17, 18-year-old Dota pros. Like, they're rare. So I think you're going to end up with more and more older teams. And presumably that's just the way it's going to go. I mean, what's it like in StarCraft 2? Are they old? Are they young? Are there like tons and tons of young StarCraft players coming through? I mean, what about League? Isn't Faker still like one of the best players? And he's been around for fucking ever. I don't even follow League and I know his name. He's the only one I know. Dota 2 is well over 10 years old now. Plenty of young players at the top level. I think as you get older, unless you have success, you have to think long term and it becomes harder to commit as much time. I mean, I don't think players are quitting when they're making tons of money, unless they make so much money that they're like, phew, I'm gonna fucking retire. People like Jerax and Seb and Matu, guys like, well, actually, Seb's obviously not retired, but these guys, let's say No-Tel, these guys made a ton of money and were like, I'm done. I'm going to do something else. I'm 28, 29. I'm old. I'll stop. But they could just as easily have kept going, I guess. But maybe they were like, I want to finish at the top and be well remembered, and I made my millions and I'm done. I don't know what the future is for those. Alright, but did you win millions and millions of dollars as well? Maybe some of them just fucking love the lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, you could graduate to a streamer. I mean, Arteezy streams now, right? And his stream does really well. You're on esports earnings. Which game? Do I know you? You didn't play with, like... Elia or anything like that at any point, did you? You didn't play at any UK lands? I knew quite a few UK Dota players. How do young people even find out about the game these days? It's on Steam. Fuck off. That's 100 quid. That's plenty. Goodbye. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. I love that from you, Angus. He finished the day and just dropped the box that he was stocking from. You won Epic Land once. With the rhyme stack? Oh, maybe he's... Let me think. He definitely played an Epic Land. The rhyme isn't called rhyme anymore. Or maybe... I can't remember Rhyme's new name. Boop, 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 boop. They do get criticized for lack of advertising, but I feel like they don't feel like they need to. And I presume when Deadlock launches that they'll advertise that. But what would be the return on Dotes? Like for the longest time, the newspapers would report on the fact that a video game tournament was being played and people were earning insane amounts of money playing a video game, right? That was pretty much all you needed. Was to say, can you believe it? These idiots are playing a video game for $1 million or $20 million or whatever. You didn't need advertising. And I know that whenever we were at a TI and we were in a cab or whatever, they'd hear our foreign accents and be like, what are you guys in town for? And we'd say, for the video game tournament. And they were like, yeah, I heard it playing for like $1 million. And we were like, 8 million actually. And they were like, you kidding me, for a video game? And they're like, what's the game? Dota 2? And that you may as well go, because people have no idea what those sounds mean. And then you're like, it stands for Defense of the Ancients. And they're just like, and what does it look like? What is it like? A Call of Duty or something? You're like, no, it's like a 5v5 game. You control one hero. They have spells and stuff. I'm like, oh, and you can see them just go. But they hear about it. And that's like some cab driver. You know what I mean? And then they start asking how much we make playing the game, and we have to be like, we don't play professionally. And they're like, oh, so what do you guys do? Especially me. I'm like, well, I talk about the game. And they're like, oh, so you're good? You're like an ex-pro? I was like, no. Kind of the opposite. It's a multiplayer online arena game. You're right, Corin. That'll explain it to the cabbie in Seattle, won't it? It's a MOBA? A multiplayer online battle arena? Come on, dude. These are people who've never used a mouse. Try explaining it to someone who's never used a mouse. They're only console gamers. Or their phones. These are people for whom a keyboard is only typing. So I think in the end we give up, and when they see, is it like COD, you just go, yeah. People know more than you think. Oh, really? What are you basing that on? Which people? Right, but most of the sports commentators who are not ex-pros are in a hosting role. And at the time, I was there as a panelist. So I was meant to talk about the draft, and talk about the teams, and talk about the players. From a, this is what you can expect from this game perspective. People know more than you think. That's probably the worst assumption I've ever seen someone make. I think people know less than you think and care about that stuff way less than you think. Nobody cares. Most people are hyper-focused on the things that immediately matter to them. Which is fair enough. I mean, who's got time between working a full-time job to also learn about MOBAs if you don't have any interest in playing them? But Reese, a pundit is meant to be someone who talks from a position of authority. That's the point of that person. And when you are asked what your qualifications are, it is hard to say, my qualification is, I'm dog shit. That's not... You'd never hear that in any other scenario. Alright, all of you guys suggesting ways to explain it. Next time someone asks you, I want you to go up to a random person in a pub or something, have a conversation with them, and they ask you what you're into, and I want you to tell them that you're into MOBAs, and then tell me if your explanation, it's so simple, it's just a one-sentence explanation, doesn't suddenly get followed up with a slew of follow-up questions. Ranging from, what are you talking about, to please get out of my cab. Because I've done this for a long time. I've had this conversation a lot. So please, don't try to give me tips and say, actually, it would be very simple. Trust me, it's not. People don't know, and they don't really have any baseline of understanding about gaming in general. That's just a fact. Some pretty decent polls there. What's up, Nigel? I dropped in on someone else streaming this. I didn't say anything. I just watched. I looked. They had about it was a similar size stream to mine. The guy was just like, guys, please stop backseating me. I was like, brother, it never stops. Some people just can't help themselves. Why aren't you doing X? Are you meant to do Y? That kind of thing. Second room is storage. You can turn it into a shop. We're just storing shit there. Let's see if my no good employees actually come to work today. Oh, Clark. Clark is on the ball. Hello, mate. Just the one card, is it? That'll be £29 and 86 pence exactly. No need for change here. Have you got little pink eyeshadow on? Looks great. Basic cards for a basic man. I'm fucking starving. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he got in. Cracking card that, mate. Good luck. You're wasting your life. I was saying that to myself, not to you, sir. You're doing great. Oh, I could go for some scrambled eggs. Demolished. Ooh. The Wormgul EX foil. Sold. Zeep, zap, zeep, zoop, zeep, zap, zeep, boop, beep, bap, beep, boop, boom, 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 squeep, 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 boom, 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 boom. God, there's still plenty of shop left to expand. Beep, bop, bop, beep, boop, boop. Ridiculous. 63 bucks. What's the problem with this? Yeah, right, that is a bit steep. The thing is, the market price for the cards goes up and down. So sometimes they'll come in and you set it at market plus 20, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. But then a few weeks go by, and all of a sudden it's worth fuck all. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Does the TCG price... I think what we're meant to do is go around at the end of every day and modify your prices. Thoughts on Deadlock? Yeah, it's alright. It's okay. I haven't played it in a while. I found it very frustrating. Because... I've gone on about this at length, but since you maybe haven't been here for that conversation, here's my issue with it. Okay, as a player of Dota, when something goes wrong in Dota, I have much better feedback about what went wrong. Okay, and I've played a lot of games. I've played a lot of games. I'm not a complete idiot. I am an idiot, but I'm not a complete idiot. I can't tell what's going wrong or right. I can't tell if it's the hero I picked, if I'm just not as good as this person, if I'm doing the wrong thing. And then in the fights, I have no idea what's happening. I can only be purely focused on either the big spells that I can easily see, like that icy dome that the Frozone lad makes, right? I can see that. If I get grabbed by the guy with the hook, I can see that. But a lot of the other stuff, I have no idea. So things are happening, effects are happening, stuff's going on, and I'm like, was that good? Did we lose that fight because we missed a spell? Did they just outplay us? What happened? What do I need to look out for? And heroes come from all angles very quickly in a way that they don't in Dota. Dota is quite a slow game by comparison. It has moments that are like high, quick reactions and all the rest of it, but it's a pretty slow game compared to Deadlock. Deadlock is so much faster and has so much more that you need to be doing all the time that, to me, it's almost impossible. Like, I know that when I look at Spectre, 10 minutes in has Radiance Manta, we fucking lost, right? This hero is enormous. But I can't look at another guy in Deadlock and understand, oh my god, this guy's so big. I can see that they're farmed, but I have no idea what the items do. They're all sort of like plus 3% this, plus 40 that. Whereas in Dota, it's things like, oh shit, Quap has a BKB. I understand what that means. So-and-so has a Hex. That's big. And you can just see it. And in the fight, because you've got the whole fight on your screen, you can see like, oh shit, they got the cool black hole on 3 people. That's why this fight has gone poorly. Whereas in Deadlock, if I'm looking this way, shooting this guy, I'll turn around and the entire fight is over, and I missed it. And it's like, oh, I didn't get to see the cool thing that decided the game. And it's just the fact that you have to aim everything. It means that everything's a skill shot. It's just too hard. It's just too hard. I'm just not a gamer when it comes to games like that. It's too much. CSGO is a good shooter because it's like, I got outplayed, I can see how I got outplayed, I understand. It's a very simple game. Deadlock, it's too much going on. Maybe if you were like 15, this game pushes all those dopamine buttons and there's something to do all the time. But for me, it was just crazy. I don't think it will be massively popular with the mainstream FPS audience. It's far too complicated. I think it'll be a game that will do really well with a particular fan base, kind of like Dota. I think it'll be the Dota of shooters, in all honesty. It's the most complicated shooter ever made. I think that's a fair assumption. I can't think of a multiplayer one more complicated than that. So to me, that's on immediately playing it. I've never played a shooter as complex. Yeah, you can fucking... I'll do this guy and then you can take over for a bit, Clark. £60 and 61 pence. £19. Yeah, just have 20. I'm not going to give you fucking 70p change. We were unsuccessful? I mean, I think it's great that there are certain heroes that you have to change your playstyle against, right? That's like Dota. Like, if you're playing Dota and it's a long game and there's let's say a Medusa in the game and you've done nothing to counter her and you haven't bothered her and you just let her farm, you deserve to lose that game. And a lot of the arguments that people have about Deadlock, this hero's that and this hero's that, I think you could very reasonably say the same thing about Dota, because there are plenty of players of Dota that are just not very good, and there are some that are really strong. That's the nature of these kind of games. And that those heroes themselves have requirements, and until you figure out what those requirements are, and how to... Whoa! That was a $3.5 grand card, holy shit. Until you figure out what the requirements are and how to counter them, you're going to lose to that hero. That's fine. That's Dotes. So yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying, it's a very hard game, even if you do know what the fuck is going on. Because it's the skill issue on top of the knowledge issue. It's just, for me, it's too many skill shots. Like, I like playing a hero like Putch. It's got one skill shot, right? But then you could easily just play a hero like Venge, who it's more of a mental decision of when to go, rather than a skill shot. Like, you can't miss your swap. Whereas in Deadlock, you can miss. You can just miss. I mean, think about something like, let's say Mars Arena, right? Obviously landing a great Mars Arena, getting 3 or 4 enemy heroes in it, just in the right place, hitting them all against the wall. Fantastic, there's skill to that. And you could miss your Mars ult, but it's also fucking huge. It's like most of the screen. You get a BKB in a blink, you get in there, you cast it, everybody's stuck in it. Fantastic. It's much easier to land that than most of the spells in Deadlock, I'd say. Because you've got third-person view. It's like the difference when you know when you play a sword fighting game or like a melee game where you're like having to punch people or swing a sword. I find it much more difficult to gauge the distance when it's first person as opposed to third person. Because third person, you can see the distance between two things, you can see the length of your sword, and you have a much better idea of this will land, this will miss. Like whenever I play any kind of game with melee combat in, I hate it when it's first person. It feels so much trickier. And I think that's my issue with Deadlock is the first person nature of the game makes it more difficult. I actually think if it was a third person game, it might have been better, but of course then it's just Dota. So they have to go first person. I mean, the games do seem to go like that, but I think that's people's lack of understanding of the game at the moment. You're going to bump into a lot of pubbies who just don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? They're not going to understand the game well enough to stop you, or they're going to understand the game much better than you, and you're going to lose. You buying something, bud? We're closed. If you sit down and try to play games, I'm booting you. So they've moved on. What was the thing they did? One of the guys, Fletcher Dunn is one of the devs, and he did something, I can't remember what the MMR system is. He asked some AI for an idea about MMR matchmaking, and it suggested something, and they implemented it. And he was like, it's great. But I know a lot of people immediately said, these games feel really unbalanced now. Did you see that? Anyone see that article? I'll find it. Here we go. Deadlock's new matchmaking algorithm, this is from October 3rd, was recommended to Valve by AI. I found it using ChatGPT, says Fletcher Dunn. There's a Valve engineer, Z Post Facto, on Twitter. I'm going to keep posting my ChatGPT wins because this thing keeps blowing my mind, and I think there are some skeptics who don't get how amazing this tool is. A few days ago, we switched Deadlock's matchmaking hero selection to the Hungarian algorithm. I found it using ChatGPT. Dunn asked the software to find him a bipartite matching algorithm where one side expressed preferences in terms of a score. Find me this thing that I don't really know the right search terms for, but I will attempt to describe is a killer app, he said. If it is wrong or hallucinates, you'll figure that out pretty quickly. If you nitpick how I describe the problem, or say I could also find this using Google by entering the right search terms, you are missing the point, which is that on my very first crude attempt, it understood what I was trying to say and took me instantly to the answer. So that's his opinion. That's talking about the picking of heroes. Like if two people pick Abrams, then it then chooses who gets it from there. I mean, I guess. I thought it just flipped a coin. That's it, I'm starving. I've got to eat. I must eat. Random events would be good in this game. She's happy. At least she's not listening. Stay here. Don't follow me. Please stay there. Stay there. So, we need some cards. Any kind of job that is a repetition of simple tasks. You mean like opening packs of cards? I understand that it's progress, and I understand that people have bemoaned. I've said this before on stream a ton of times. People have complained and bemoaned the state of technology as a destroyer of jobs. I'm sure since someone invented the plough. And they were like, well, now they've got this plough and oxen, they don't need us to till the fields, and now 7 or 8 people are out of a job. And I get that. And the idea is that new technology comes along and creates new jobs that didn't exist previously. For example, when people moved from horses to cars, there was a clear line where people who previously dealt with looking after horses and shoveling horse shit could, perhaps in that generation or in the following generation, get jobs that dealt with the servicing of cars, the building of roads, the digging up of oil, and all the rest of the things that needed to go, rubber, you know, all of the things that needed to go to making cars exist, okay? So, most technology replaces something, and it's a big sea change in society, and obviously the car was probably one of the biggest sea changes in society that we've ever had. That's fine, because it's replaced with another technology that requires human beings to service. So our lifestyles have changed, but the idea of people at all levels, from working class, blue-collar jobs, all the way up to upper management and ownership, they have a role. But with AI, it's saying we're replacing jobs, and any new jobs that come along, especially in the West, as we move much more towards the service industry and high-level sort of educated jobs, you're getting rid of every single job that involves a person doing something that could be automated. And it's not like we're then going to have other jobs. They're not going to exist. Okay? You're going to take away... I mean, I know people were saying that checkout workers in shops are going to be replaced, but apparently all the supermarkets in the UK are winding back on all of those tills and going back to having checkouts. Like, if you want to go to a society where nobody works and everybody's just given money, what would that look like? To say we'll just have UBI, we have no idea what effect that's going to have on people. What is that going to do to their psyche? Will people just be so bored they start doing insane shit? I mean, there's this idea that everyone will just, they'll all just become artists and gardeners and they'll live the good life. But I love that if society became this utopia where robots did all the jobs for us. It'd be fantastic. Does it sound realistic? When has anything good ever happened? Genuinely. You're like, you know what? I reckon that this time, the vast AI overlords and robots and ownership that owns everything and decides how much money we get every month, this'll work out. Come on. Trusting us, human beings, to do something smart and right. My money's on shit show. So, campaign, the argument isn't, oh, you don't want an AI? What, you'd rather be a peasant? Is it? When has anything good ever happened? So, we have made stumbling slow progress over time compared to 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. No one is in charge of that. No one's pulling a lever on that. That's just human progress. I think the less we have to do with it in a few people making this decision style, and the more it's just, this is how things ended up, is probably good. Because people are generally going to try to make their lives better, and you'd hope that over time that improvement affects more and more people. But if you have 1 or 2 or 100 people saying, here's the plan, I don't fucking trust them. I don't think they're going to know what the fuck they're doing. They're going to cock it up. If anything, the fact that progress has happened is in spite of us, not because of us. Because we're fucking dreadful. My faith in humanity could not be lower. Zero faith. Zero faith. In general, most of the good things that have happened, it's been a handful of people who've done cool things rather than a bunch of people deciding to do something. That's how it feels anyway. I just don't trust people, especially people in power. Because we're basically at the mercy of the wealthy with all this AI shit. Tech billionaires and Silicon Valley gurus. Can I put these outside, or is that not possible? Nuts. There has to be a way to put these so that they actually catch more people. Bobsicle, you'd be amazed. I'll watch it like a hawk and we'll see who picks it up. There's a better sprayer? Huh. Oh, the AutoScent G500. Oh, baby. I'm turning that off because I want to do something. While I have lunch, let's start Bloodsport. This is the TJ Hooker TV movie. While I eat my lunch. And I will be turning my camera off so you don't have to watch me eat. Straight into the action. Bloodsport. James Danvers, Jim Carrey. Damn it, Hooker! I told you, you're off the case. We have rules here for a reason, Hooker. Is to keep cops like you off the street. I belong on the street. Uh-oh. I smell racism in the works. Proposed federal court building.
Oh, Marshal, he's all yours. Thank you for your cooperation, Hooker. We appreciate you local boys catching our fugitives for us.
Try and keep it in New Mexico this time, will you? I got shin splints from chasing.
Haven't on time for escape. 7 years, do it.
To make it 10.
You're not a judge, Hooker.
This is Nancy Bosco coming to you live from the Federal Building, where I'm hoping to get a comment from Senator Stuart Grail. Senator Grail. Good evening, Senator Grail.
Good evening. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
This is Mrs. Grail, the lovely Mrs. Grail. Hello, Mrs. Grail. This is Tim Braddock, the Senator's press aide. Is this the Senator's last stop before his meeting in Hawaii?
No, that's right. He wants to thank the federal judges who are already rallying behind his bill. And then he'll proceed to Honolulu, where he'll meet with other key political figures to ask for their support to combat terrorism.
Some of his critics have said the senator's bill goes too far, that it will only stimulate terrorists to even more extreme acts of violence. Do you have any comment on this?
Not at this time. Miss Raymond here will pass out press packets which will explain the senator's position, Miss Raymond.
Thank you very much. Senator, regarding this bill, I need to get a statement from you, please.
Just let me say this. There is no extremism worse than the killing of innocent people. And I happen to believe that the American people agree with me, and I hope to convince my colleagues of that in Honolulu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Beep! Beep! Beep!
I don't believe it.
Of course he knows him.
Do you think there's enough support in Congress to get this bill passed?
Well, my husband is a very persuasive man.
Wait till they get closer.
I never grew big for you. Yes,
Can't wait.
Anybody hurt? Sit down.
Senator, are you all right?
No, I'm okay. I'm all right. All right.
Oh, he blew up that fish tank. Why are they just walking? Oh shit.
You okay?
Hey, that guy just shoved past me. Hey, wait a minute. Oh!
Hold it. Let her go.
I thought we hook at them duck bullets. Blam!
Hold it.
Where's his mate? Oh, Dr. Nick, I don't know about that, bud.
Who are you?
Who sent you? Who sent you?
Mimi, nanagani, ide.
What?
How'd it go with the shooting board?
The usual. Why didn't I take the suspect alive? Did I consider the alternatives before shooting?
Well, did you?
Sure I did. I considered the alternatives. Him or me. I chose him. What do you got?
Nothing so far.
Hook is so
Our
casual
MO
in his
files were
murder.
blank. So did Sacramento's. There was no ID on the dead man. No papers, no passport.
What about the APB and the guy that got away?
Zip. We haven't heard back from the FBI yet, or the morgue.
12 hours. Still spinning our wheels. What's going on?
Maybe the feds want to hit a home run with this one themselves. The United States Senator and all.
The feds couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. I tell you, there's more to this than a couple of crazies looking for kicks.
How was that the assumption anyone made?
Erie?
Just some
There's
crazies
no more
looking for
business on record
kicks.
that even comes close to that.
It's not Vietnamese. Maybe Korean, Japanese.
You sure you got the spelling right? I mean, you usually have trouble with parking tickets.
Hooker, it says here that an unidentified police officer who Senator Grail stopped to chat with probably prevented his being killed. Are you keeping secrets from us again?
It's in my report on your desk in Triple.
Come on, humor me.
Well, Stuart Grail and I went to college together. We played football, chased girls. He was a hero to everybody. He went into law, got into politics. I became a cop. We stayed in touch with each other for a while, and then we lost contact. End of story.
Not quite. But it does help explain the call that I got from the chief a few minutes ago. How do you feel about a wing?
Great onions, great potato chips. Why?
Well, the senator requested you for special duty for the duration of his stay in Honolulu.
A bodyguard.
personal security.
A bodyguard. Come on, Pete, that's not my style. You know that.
I'll tell it to the chief. He's already assigned you Corrigan as your partner and Sheridan for personal assignment to Mrs. Grail. And the Hawaii police will cooperate.
The Hawaii police?
Hawaii? On the house?
Hawaii?
No objections from me?
He's your friend. He needs protection.
And you need a tan, right?
Exactly. Was there something you wanted to say?
Back your bikini, Blue Eyes.
Damn! Bikini time. Bikini time. Steady. Steady.
Welcome to Hawaii, Sergeant. I'm Tim Braddock. Thank you. This is Howie Kalanuma, Hotel Security.
How's it?
Senator Grail asked us to meet you.
This is Officer Stacy Sheridan, Jim Corrigan.
The stripy suit jacket. Oh, he's gonna fuck her.
Your
For
car's
sure.
right over here.
Can't complain about the service.
It's going to be nice having you with us. Very nice.
Thank you.
Oh, let me get your luggage. Tickets. Yeah, right here.
Sergeant Hooker, you gave a seminar at UCLA last year. I was taking some police science classes and caught it. Top stuff, man. Oh, yeah, gonna be great working with you.
Well, thank you.
I'll get your luggage.
You're here 5 minutes and you're already a celebrity.
Of course.
Couple of Hooker fanboys. He's just a beat cop, by the way. Well, I don't doubt that they've gone to Hawaii to film this.
Want to see where the action will be, where the senator's making a speech?
Right down to work, eh, Howie?
Hey, I know that's how you want it done, Sergeant, and I am on the case.
You gotta be kidding. Piece of cake. All we need is an army to secure this place.
Hooker, you did say we're getting local backup, right?
Howie,
You got it, Frank, yeah?
who are we working with?
Gus Kalioki, Hawaii Metro. He's a detective sergeant. Tough guy, man. Need.
Quiet, isn't it?
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Well, already he doesn't like you much, yeah? He thinks he ought to be in charge instead of you. Heard him tell the senator so.
Welcome to paradise.
Oh, he's just there.
You're looking, but I bet you're not seeing anything.
Very perceptive of you, Stuart.
Look, I know this routine is rough on you, but it's part of being a senator's wife. Make things a lot easier on me if you just warm up a little bit.
I know how to carry out my wifely public image. Don't worry about that, Senator. Just remember, this island is my family's home. They have great pride and are respected. Don't shame them with some cheap little affair with some hotel maid.
Don't get started on that again. Give me a break, huh?
Senator, Sergeant Hooker's here.
Yeah, give him a break, huh? You sleep with one hotel maid.
Hooker! Welcome to Hawaii.
Thanks, Stuart.
Carol, will you and Harry check out my schedule with the desk downstairs, please? You know, things got a little bit hectic down at the Federal Building. I don't think you ever met Barbara.
Hello.
Hello. You probably saved my husband's life, Sergeant Hooker. All I can say is thank you.
I'm glad it worked out that way.
I know you two have a lot to talk about. Please excuse me.
Anything new on the dead man at the Federal Building?
They're doing an autopsy. Forensics has gone to work on it. They'll let me know if anything transpires.
My people asked your captain some pretty tough questions about you, old pal.
It's all true. Overdrawn on my bank account. 2 months behind on my alimony.
And you gave up your detective shield to go back into a black and white? What kind of a move was that?
I don't know. Maybe not as dumb as you. Single-handedly taking on terrorism?
Maybe that's just self-preservation. Anyway, I believe in what I'm doing. If it happens to be good politics right now, so be it. What do you think of my bill?
Bottom line, it's search and destroy, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's an oversimplification. We've got to hit those terrorists where it hurts. Economic sanctions, cutting off arms sales, that's not going to do anything. You know, strange as it may seem, I never really personalized my stand into what happened at that federal building. That's why I asked for you. You're the best cop I know.
What about the FBI?
I wanted somebody I could trust on a more personal level. I know we've kind of lost touch over the years, but I knew when I asked for you, you'd help out an old friend.
There's not a hell of a lot of difference between politics and police work. It's both blood sports.
Yeah.
Play the game, you got to pay the price.
Well, you can keep the politics. My job is to keep you and your wife alive, and to do that,
How is police
I'm going to have to know
work
everything you
blood
do before you do it.
The same old hooker. Found where you belong, right?
Well, I found where I was needed, where I might do something that I think is important.
Yeah, we used to talk about that, didn't we? How we're going to change the system, redistribute the wealth. Remember?
Yeah, well, you forgot our backup plan to marry rich wives in case.
Boy, we were some combination. Hook of the Grail. Remember the Cal game? 4 touchdowns. And all those pretty girls afterwards.
Oh, of course I do.
All those pretty girls.
Think you can still toss a football?
Think you can still catch one?
Oh, let's find out.
No, wait.
Hey, come on,
wait.
Come on, I'm gonna run a flight.
Wait a second.
Hey! He had my glue fingers. He
Wait
would've had it.
a minute. I've got work to do.
Okay, when we get back to the hotel, I'll go over my itinerary with you. But doggone it, it's more than good to see you again, Hooker. You know, I don't want you to think about this as a temporary assignment. We could go all the way together. Now think about that, pal, because I am going for the gold.
Yo, this sucks. Fuck me. It's so bad, dude. It's almost unbearable. It's utterly charmless. Here we go. Bizarre. There have been much, much worse episodes. That is not even close. I mean, at this point, it's impossible to nail down a worse episode. Because a worst episode, they're all dreadful. They're really bad. It's lost its way in terms of what it originally set out to be. It lost Smed, who was one of the highlights of the show in terms of his acting ability as Hooker's sort of protege was good. Smed always felt genuine, delivered his lines well, and when it came to any action that, God forbid, he'd be allowed to do any action, Shatner was clearly like, look, we can't have too much of that because he's showing me up. Like, I'm not even kidding. I am 100% sure that was why Zmed hardly got any action. Because when he did, it was so much better than the Shatner action that it made the Shatner action look dog shit. I just feel like the show started out and the idea was TJ Hooker is teaching at the police academy and he's got Zmed is his young partner that he's training up. Stacy is the desk sergeant, somehow, or at least works behind the desk. Normally you'd have a desk sergeant there. I don't know, maybe it's different in America. She was basically the fucking receptionist. Her father was the chief. Jim Corrigan was not in the show until later on, when he came in as a hill racer, that Shatner, of course, knew. And then he came back as a different character in that season, because obviously he got on really well with Shatner. And Shatner was like, we gotta have this guy. And they were like, hey, why don't we get Stacy out from behind this desk? Can't see her legs back there. Get her out on the street. And her and Jim Corrigan became the other partnership. So you had Shatner's Med, you had Corrigan and Stacy. That was the show. And then they were like, actually, this is boring as shit. Because every episode was the same. In season 1, almost every episode seemed to open with 4 Adam 30, 4 Adam 30, silent alarm in progress at the Checky Mart. And someone has to run down to the shop, and of course they're just coming out. There's a gunfight, one of them dies, the rest of them get away, and a key clue is left behind. That was like 20 episodes were like that. And we'd learn a little bit about Hooker's life, but it was all very episodic. Something that happens in one episode is gone the next. And he always, there's lots of touching, he touches women a lot. He always ends up with a girlfriend at the end of every episode. It was really, really bad. Season 1, we skipped quite a lot of season 1. People forget. We moved on to like season 2 and 3. And then I'm going to wait till I get 50 grand, and then this place is going to be blown wide open. We skipped a lot of episodes because it was just like, this is awful. And then the show had a quote-unquote peak when it was dreadful, but in an amusing way. And now it's just gone back to being appalling. Including one of my personal favourite episodes, the attempted reinvention of the show. At the end of season 4, Hooker goes to Chicago, and we meet a whole bunch of new characters, including one of the worst comic relief characters I think I've ever seen, who was the black detective who was potentially going to be his new partner, who was meant to be funny, but was written by someone with, I mean, just absolutely abysmal. And it was clear that they were thinking we should maybe relocate the show to Chicago. I mean, look, the orangutan episode was a highlight for us because it was just a funny, novel episode. It was the only one that I can think had anything like that in it. All the rest of them were very straightforward episodes. The orangutan episode was at least entertaining, but still exploitative of that poor orangutan, and just a dogshit episode in general. It's just a box-standard episode that happened to have an orangutan in. And then he was, like, Hooker was suddenly wearing a trench coat. They were clearly going to come up with a running joke where he can't believe how cold it is. It was just like, it was just going to be that. And then that didn't get picked up, and so they cancelled the series, and then another network picked up the show, gave them one more series, and that's been season 5, which has been awful. And they moved it to their late night slot, so this show would have started at midnight or something. Midnight! See, I'm telling you, if you get 2 smellies, one of them's sneaking in. Oh, I don't think it was even close to a 3.5 ever. I think it's just a dreadful show. There really should be an automated way to do this. Or at the very least, I can click a button on a computer and change the prices. Okay, thanks, Red. It's important work. This is what AI was designed for, really. You've seen worse TV. I don't know, that's really the point. I mean, if an anvil fell on your head and you died a horrible death, you wouldn't say, hey, at least it's better than being eaten by worms. You'd think this is terrible. Both things can be equally terrible. It really is very bad. Very, very bad telly. Alright, here is this episode. So we've got Act 1, A Perfect Crime. Tedward Forsyth, aka The Egg, teams up with Venus, an unusually clever and devious orangutan, to sell counterfeit Dota 2 immortals on the black market. The Egg's ultimate plan is to use the funds to secure the rarest of Crimson Witness treasures, all for himself. Hooker and Romano catch wind of the scheme and begin tracking suspicious sales. Stacy, itching to escape her desk duty, tries to insert herself into the investigation, but Hooker sends her back to the office. Meanwhile, Venus, disguised as a mascot, helps the Egg with his shady deals, raising no suspicion. Act 2. Hooker's Gambit. Hooker and Romano, disguised as buyers, infiltrate the Egg's Dota black market auction. Venus silently watches, assisting the Egg, but her loyalty is quietly waning as she begins to distrust him. Hooker and Romano get close to exposing the Egg, but a last-minute slip-up by Stacy, who sneaks into the event, forces them to blow their cover early. A chaotic chase ensues through the auction house, with Hooker nearly catching the Egg. Venus hesitates to help the Egg escape, torn between loyalty and the charm of Hooker's no-nonsense justice. Act 3, The Orangutan's Betrayal. In the final showdown, the Egg makes his last stand in his secret hideout filled with rare Dota 2 treasures. As Hooker closes in, the Egg orders Venus to create a distraction. However, Venus has grown tired of the Egg's manipulations. At the last moment, she switches sides, using her strength and agility to block the Egg's escape route. Hooker cuffs the Egg, and Venus, now defected to Hooker's team, gives a triumphant hoot. As the Egg is dragged away, Hooker pats Venus on the back, muttering, "Sometimes even an egg gets cracked." Stacy finally arrives after the auction action, missing most of the glory yet again. With her signature humour, Venus gives Stacy a playful push as they all share a rare laugh in the precinct. I'm sorry, sir. Blam! Oh. Why not come to the till I'm at? Home, home, thank you. They bought the 4,400 card, it's true. press Q. You tap Q on the table and they fuck off. The new auto sprayer holds 4 cans. I don't feel like it's actually made a big enough difference in terms of catching the stinkers. The problem is if there's 2 of them, it just can't keep up. I was thinking about staggering them. I was thinking I'll have one, then the other. Nice. Shop reviews are okay. If they ever complain about price, or there's a smelly person in there, you lose some points, but it's alright. Dog shit. Instant delivery. It's instant. It costs nothing. Shit, I shouldn't have thrown nuts. I mean, it's not difficult, is it, Lucy? Driven as I am by greed. This catches them on the way in, and then if they make it past there, they get blasted either way they go. He's already there. What a beast. Shit. Maybe it needs to be facing a different way. God, these smelly bastards. Huh. I was off. Somehow it was off. $20. He's complaining about $20. Beep bop beep bop beep boop. He went to move and was like, nope, don't touch the boss when he's pulling. British you maybe type that again in English and I'll have a go at answering it. When you say getting high on your own supply, how do you guys get cards? How do you guys get cards? I'm curious, because loads of people have asked that. How do you get cards to sell in the individual stand if you don't open packs? I mean in the game. Like, people keep saying, oh, why are you opening packs? But I don't understand how I'm meant to get the cards otherwise. I thought that was the whole thing. You can't. There are no other card shops. I've looked. You can't even go around the corner. I'd say that's the most asked question. Like, you have to. I'd love to see people play this game and never open packs. You'd never get anywhere. See, he got blasted. I swear it's if more than one smelly man comes in at the same time. This just shows the price of things. I don't think it... So it goes for individual cards. The Gico Flare Full Art Epic Foil is 4733. So the biggest card is the Clausifier 7477. Oh no, the Gigatronics X is 12 grand. 13. There's a 14 as well. You could just hold on to the cards, but I don't know how much the prices go up by. We'll have a look. No, we're waiting. We had to spend a bunch of money. Had to pay bills and had to buy a new deodorizer. Good job, Angus. Twitch mobile is atrocious? I'm sorry to hear that. I was thinking that, I mean, there have been shop games before, obviously. Like, this is based on Shop Simulator or something, which isn't it? Which has almost the exact same checkout mechanic and all the rest of it. And you go around and you buy stuff and you put it on the shelves. And I think the brilliant aspect of this is it combines the fun of collecting cards and opening packs and maybe getting a high value card. I mean, there's a whole bunch of these you could do. You could do one that's like a PC repair shop or whatever, and you actually have to go in and repair the PCs, like the car mechanic simulators and stuff. People might like that. Do custom builds for people. You know, do all that kind of shit. There's a big market. Anything that people have as an interest, you can make a game out of. Thing is, this has a really clever angle, which is that it's just fun opening these fucking card packs. The guy that made Game Dev Tycoon has been working on this game called Tavern Keeper, I think it's called. For ages, he's been working on that. For years. I think basically since Game Dev Tycoon finished. Which was one of my all-time favorite games. I loved that game. There's a new one of those out that's meant to be very good. Can't remember what it's called. But people are saying that's a good game. I'm sure it does, JFrog, but I want the shop element as well. Like, maybe it does. Maybe these things all already exist. Beep, beep, boop, beep, beep. But are they any good? This is just done really well, I think. I don't do demos. Yeah, City Game Studio. Yeah, is it any good? No, not Ale and Tail. This is different. This is Greenheart Games. Let me see if I can find it. So, Tavern Keeper. It's literally called Tavern Keeper. Comes out in 2025. And you have to run a tavern. You have staff, you know, all that. It's on my wish list. Home. Mad Games Tycoon 2 was quite fun. The problem was that eventually you just release a console. And the console makes so much money, it's almost impossible to fail. In fact, it is impossible to fail. I felt like the money you made from a console in Game Dev Tycoon was fun. I also felt like what I was going for was a high score. And I liked the fact that you had like your 30-year career and then that was that. And there's nothing like having an 11 out of 10 game. Seeing the bar and seeing all the money coming in, that was really funny. That was really funny. The reviews, it's here. And they just say, okay pricing. Or, I love this store, no smell at all. Singles could be cheaper. Tough shit, mate. I mean, open some packs, but... You don't like it? Open some packs. I don't think that's out yet, is it? I looked at it. Hollywood Animal, I think it's on my wish list. Hollywood Animal comes out later this year, so I know that you've seen people play it. like Tom and I think Tom and Lids played it or whatever. Remember, Tom does a lot of YouTube. Like, he will play a game and record it pretty much every day, I think. And he gets codes for that, because he's active on YouTube doing game playthroughs. I don't do those. I tried doing them a few years back, and it was a disaster, so I just stopped. People only liked my original guides. Other than that, my YouTube channel is basically dead. I just upload to it for fun occasionally. But I mean, I haven't had a vid that does even 50k views in fucking years. I mean, the amazing thing is a bunch of people who love Dota and watched all of my vids say like, I wonder what he's up to now. And I'm like, I have not stopped working. I've been more active in the last few years than I ever was when I was making those vids. Mobius was 12 years ago. Maybe 11. Like, I tried to do more than just guides. And I put a bunch of work into a vid. It just wouldn't go anywhere. So, you know, it just wasn't worth the time. And then obviously I started doing streaming and I was like, you know what? I can play games. I can play games with viewers. I can have fun with new games. That's probably better than constantly trying to grow a YouTube channel where everyone's doing the same thing, right? Everyone's uploading playthrough vids. Also, the Yogs audience in general doesn't like me, so it's not like I could tap into that audience. Do you know what I mean? And be like, oh, I'll just get a bunch of Yogs viewers to watch me. They won't. They won't. So it's just kind of a waste of time. I mean, the Twitch and going to events is basically how I make money. I mean, between streaming, the podcast, and live events, I do fine. Like, I have no complaints. But I've always wanted to have a really successful YouTube channel, and it is a lot of fun to see your video do well on YouTube. It's great, but I haven't had that in a long time. So I just, like, you know, as long as people like it, as long as the people who like my kind of shit like it, I'm happy. And I just try to have fun with it. So I've just started doing vids that I want to do. Like the Slacks Beef vid, or my stupid video essay thing. What would be my dream to do? Jeez, I don't know. I do feel like some of the sessions we have when we're playing games, and the games have been really fucking funny. Like the Rust RP when we did that. That was gold. Everybody on that was so funny. And it's like, how is the really dogshit normie stuff that's super boring doing so much better? So I just think, look, I don't know what people want. Because stuff that I really find funny doesn't do well. And the stuff that's huge is stuff like that little shit, what's his name? He has a bodyguard going around with him. He starts shit with people, and when they get angry with him, his bodyguard steps in and gives him the fuck off. And he goes, ha 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 ha. That guy. Multi-millionaire, right? Jack Doherty. That cunt. Dude makes millions. I don't know what people want. I would never have thought people would like that. He did crash his car. I'm sure it doesn't matter. He's a multi-millionaire. Did he kill anyone, or did he just write off his car? Look, he's young and rich and white. I'm pretty sure he will get off with a slap on the wrist. You guys have a lot of faith in the justice system in America. Well, young, rich, white man, I'm going to be the first judge in history to decide to teach you a lesson by making you do 2 minutes of community service. Naughty boy. Oh no, Judge, please. Right, on appeal I've decided 1 minute. Leaf blowers. Sorry, love. Oh, maybe. I did playthroughs a few years ago, if you look at my YouTube channel. In fact, let's do this. I'll show you. This is tedious, but I hope I'll make my point here. This is just so Boom, people. Welcome to PFlax's. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Here we go. Here is my YouTube channel. This is my PFlax's Guide to Dota 2 Part 2. 38k views in 6 months. That's a disaster. That video took a lot of time and effort to make. 38k. It was exactly what people have been asking me to do for years. When are you going to do another guide? Had people come up to me at TI, when are you going to do another guide? I'm like, I did one. Really? And this was on Reddit? Nobody cares. PFlax's Guide to Tarkov. I thought that would be pretty good. It was a pretty funny vid, I thought. It was decent. 28k views. Took me hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Not worth it. This is loads of me fucking up in things. I put all the senile clips onto YouTube because I thought at least that way they're nice and safe. 21k views. The Great Ape War, obviously that's going to be dog shit. That's 14k views. Blood Bowl is appalling. Got lots of comments saying I'm wrong. Bold and White, which was a cover out of nowhere. This is TI12 PFlax in the morning. PFlax in the morning TI11. PFlax in the morning TI10. This was just a funny clip from Rust. TI8? No, TI9, I did 2 episodes. TI8, I did 4 episodes. These are just from the sub in-houses. And this was the last time, 6 years ago, I got my XCOM series up on YouTube. Look at this, did a full playthrough of XCOM War of the Chosen. Yogs edited. This was me chatting, I can't remember who I was chatting with about the patch. 20k views for the first episode, then no one cares. No one gives a shit. PUBG, no one cares. Hoi, no one cares. Me in TI7. Again, everybody's like, oh, PFlax in the morning, but it's 21k views. You know, it's not great. It's not. I couldn't make a living off that. So if I did YouTube full time, it's 12k views. No one cares about my YouTube channel. The last time I had a video that was successful, I mean, this is going back a long way. That was a really funny stream, Late Shift. Really funny. No one cares. Minecraft. Can't remember who that. With my daughter. 7 years ago. Contradiction. One of the most legendary streams. No one cares. One of my all-time favorite streams. some Crusader Kings. Why don't you play some Crusader Kings? No one watched it. Why don't you play Oxygen Not Included? No one watched it. What about RimWorld? We love RimWorld. Few people watched that. 41k in 7 years. That's not good. But there, look, 92k for part 1 of a Hoi playthroughs when Hoi was relatively new. Blood Bowl, no one cares. RimWorld, no one cares. Hoi 10-man fuckfest, no one cares. More RimWorld, no one cares. General PFlax in Hoi. Part 1 did 169k. That was, I think, off the back of A, it was a new game, so people were looking for it. And B, that might have been around the time that me, Sips, and Lewis were playing Hoi. Yog Gunny Yog. I can't remember what that's about. I played Rust Mafia, which is one of my favourite playthroughs. This is legendary. Rust with me and Munt. Very funny. No one cared. Pillars of Eternity was a disaster. That was me and Lewis playing Pillars of Eternity. The Week in Flax. PFlax and Lewis scrubbed over. Guide to Silencer. 8 years ago, 400k views, just under. That's a reasonable amount for a vid. Right? That's a decent amount for a vid. Coaching Session with Will. Squad. 8 years ago, episode 1. No one cared. Playing in the Krendorian Invitational. Did a few of those. Northern Lion. Krendor. Unit Lost. No one cared. Thrilling unboxing video of me opening stuff. This is me at TI5. There's LD and Blitz. I did this. Dota and Noob Hope. I mean, none of these do especially well. Lewis and Slacks. Piran and Lewis, Slacks and Flax show. Which I don't know what that was meant to be. GTA 5. City Skylines episode 4. This is going back so far, right? Dirt Mall. Dr. Owie. I got Owie to coach me. We did 1 episode. Alien Isolation. No one cared. Feeling awful. What on earth is this? Oh. Oh! This is me after ESL New York. It's the sickest I've ever been. From food poisoning.
The way they talk about it, you think this was the most important thing in the universe. I guess it's true of all sport.
Me looking around EGX. Terrible game called Lord of Football. Played Strife. That was with Total Biscuit. Guide to Witch Doctor. TI 3? 4? 4. Big Swing Index with Blitz. Played Hearthstone a bit. Mobius. Here we go. Mobius. 10 years ago. That was... God, what was this? Oh my god. And we'll see how it goes, okay? Bad. This was when I was just on my webcam mic. But look at all the guides did really well. Outlast, that was one of my favourite playthroughs. God, I didn't realise I did one for Beastmaster. This might have been the first vid where I ever met the Yogs, actually. Ah. Zeppelin battles! Luckily, we're just gonna head... Alright, lads, because that was a trailer for me playing Guns of Icarus. Surgeon Simulator, that was fun. But yeah, so once I stopped doing the guides, no one gave a shit. And my channel just kind of petered out. Even though I did try to do stuff. So if I took the time to do the guides, it wouldn't be worth it. No one would watch. So I figure what I'll do is I'll make the occasional vid of stuff that I want to do. I know that people say you should upload gameplay vids and just talk about the fact that this is from your stream, but I tried that and nobody came and watched the stream. Yeah, complain about games going woke. That's the thing. A lot of those content creators are just doing it because they realize there's a market that is perhaps underrepresented. Although that's no longer the case, and massively overrepresented. People to bounce off would be good. You know I play games with other people pretty much every night. Oh. I dropped my bread in my soup. Oh well. Not in a good way. The problem with collabing is, I do it occasionally, but who else do I know that streams at the same time I do? Very few. Very few. Sips doesn't stream in the evening. And he tends to play games like this. He doesn't play Dotes or Squad or Hell Let Loose or... And you'd be surprised. A lot of the games I play are just not games that people really want to watch. I play a lot of nerd shit. God, it sure is dark out today. Dark, isn't it, Clint? Clint. Clint. That's your name now, Clint. I'm not a satisfactory player. In any sense. I love the way they wait for the other guy to come. Yeah, I think the game you play is big. I mean, I don't know if people have noticed, but we were like 600, 700 viewers yesterday when I was streaming this. Or maybe the day before. Like when it was still pretty new. If you can grab a new game that's got a lot of hype and quickly stream it, you can hoover up quite a few viewers. Football Manager streams, I will definitely stream FN25 when it comes out, but they generally don't do that well. A lot of people do not watch Football Manager. It's a lot of dull spreadsheets. But then the games are always hype and the storylines are hype. Some of my favourite streams have been the Football Manager streams.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Solte de tirer batost just Zubed for 40 Simons, appreciate.
Thank you. Used to get way more viewers during COVID. Do you know what I should have done? In hindsight, although I wouldn't have liked doing it. When we had all those Rust viewers, and we had loads, keep doing that. Keep streaming Rust, and become like the place for Rust RP. And just keep doing that, and games like that. Because we had tons of viewers, over 2K subs, loads of new viewers. But I can't just play Rust, because I also love Dotes, and Dotes is a nightmare to stream. You either have to be really good... No, in fact, you just have to be pretty bloody good at the game. Or like a pro. I know a lot of streamers who would stream Dota, but they also know that it would be a complete disaster if they did. Because it just kills your views. Like a lot of people. I've been to a bunch of events, and there are people that I had no idea were Dota players. Like, I fucking love Dota, but I can't stream it. I'm like, why not? And they're like, nobody watches. Whenever I tried, everyone was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, yeah, that's fair enough. It's just a damn shame that Dotes wasn't like League in terms of its scale and its popularity. Do you know what I mean? Like, League is so big. Loads of people I know play League. And I'm like, man, why couldn't Dotes have been like that? It was ideally positioned. Yeah, but people play League. League is a much more widely played game. A lot of people have played League, even just casually, even just for a bit. It was nothing to do with advertising. It was nothing to do with advertising. It just wasn't a game that a lot of people were willing to invest the time in. Right? Thank you for this. Just think about it, right? If you look at
Not
League,
only a nod homage just Zubed for 18
much
months.
simpler
We
game.
back baby.
And the people that... Yeah, but... Hold on. So League is boring to watch. Look
Vous
at
série
this.
des-bas just Zubed
This is
for
boring to
60
watch.
months. Fat pulonely.
There's not much happening in this. League is... The reason loads of people like to watch
Tobix
League
le roi
is because they
just
played it.
Zubed for 19 months.
And Dota, it doesn't matter how much you advertise it. It's just a game that people don't really want to watch. It's too complicated. If you don't know the game, you don't even know what you're looking at. League is far more straightforward. Bryony is a Dota player. She goes to... I've seen her at multiple Dota events. Fucking loves it. She plays as well. She wouldn't stream it. I know a lot of people. Tom Clark plays. Smithy plays. Duncan plays. They don't stream it. Because it's death to stream. It's really bad to stream. Unless, like I said, you're in that top percent of, like, you are really good at the game. I mean, Deadlock did well, I think, if you were streaming Deadlock when it was new. But again, that's more about how hot the game is, right? I think that's a huge factor for a lot of people is this game hot? And if it is, they'll watch anyone play it because they just want to see the game. Just like, all right, this is a channel that's live, I'll watch this. I think when it comes to Twitch viewers, here's another thing, right? This might blow some of your tiny brains. If I go to my Twitch summary... So, stream report. This was a 5-hour stream. This was Sunday. I streamed all morning Sunday, right? I don't know if people remember, I started like 9:30, 10, something like that. So we had, that was a 5-hour, 24-minute stream. How many unique viewers do you think I had in that time? Shut up, Balnut. I can't tell if you're joking or not, given that what I've just been saying that. Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? I can't tell if this is an elaborate troll given the conversations we've just had or a genuinely sweet comment. Either way, well played. So here's my stream summary. Okay, here's my stream summary. We had 4,184 unique viewers. 4,184. So over the course of 5 hours, 4,184 people came and went. 712 was the max, which is unusual for me on a Sunday stream. The average was 544. And only 233 unique chatters in that whole day. So a lot of people turned up, watched, didn't say anything, left. Okay? And a lot of people hung out and watched and didn't say anything. How do you retain that? How do you retain those viewers? How do you convert them into subs? How do you get them to come back? It's very, very hard. That's why when I go away, which I've done a lot this year, my subscriber numbers go down and down and down because people find other shit to do. During COVID, and the couple of years following that, I got up in the morning, I started streaming at 9, I finished at 3, 3:30, 4, picked up again at 8, finished at midnight, 1, 1:30. Every single day, apart from TI and maybe one other event I'd do during the year. And I'd go down to Bristol once during the year, and then I'd go down to Jingle Jam. So I was home a lot more, especially during COVID. Couldn't go away, couldn't go on holiday. Everybody's at home, streamed. Thank you, Balnell, for this. Streamed all the fucking time. And then, once you take there's a couple of month period where you're away a bit. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet. You take a little bit of a break, or go on holiday, or you're ill, or something happens. People that are there casually flick around, find something else, and now that's the thing they watch. So you have to be like rock solid. He's going to be live at this time every day. It's really hard work. Yeah, of course. I mean, Koikfu will stream and he'll get those numbers, and then, yeah, you take a break or something and you lose the viewers. You got to win them back. What you've got to do is keep going and hope that whoever went away notices you're back and returns, or that whatever else they're watching also takes a break for some reason. Or I think you have to become known for something like, if you think about someone who loses their mind and smashes up their PC equipment and goes crazy, and people will tune in hoping that that will happen, right? And they'll try to break people, they'll try to hope they play a game that really makes them angry or whatever, where they're genuinely angry, or they're very good at acting like they're genuinely angry, or they're deranged, and they could say something really bizarre. Like Trainwrecks, for example, who to me is just like, holy shit, this guy's crazy. People love that. Because it feels like you're watching something where anything can happen and you're there for it. Watching people quietly play Dota is pretty boring. But Gorg is playing high-level Dota against pro players and is very good at the game. That's a big appeal. I mean, I know that we've got a lot of in-jokes on the channel, and I wonder if a lot of the jokes are things that people don't get because they're new. They're like, I don't understand why that's funny. Who's Greg? You know what I mean? Clamigo is great. Oh, by the way, Ewan, I was playing, as you know, I tried to play Squad last night, it kept crashing, whatever. I was watching some vids about it, how to fix Squad and Squad crashing and stuff, seeing if there was anything in there that made sense. And all I found was a bunch of videos bemoaning the state of Squad. this patch, if you look at the votes, the ratings for squad, since this most recent patch, the patch we were playing, came out, the reviews have tanked. Tanked. Because, do you remember, I was like, God, I can't fucking hit anything. And it's because they've added this mechanic to the game where you literally can't shoot. And even if you're like aiming at the guy, everything, you know, you're steady and everything like that, the aim is just awful. Because they've had it previously where the aim was too good. So they're like, oh, I gotta fix that. So then they made it shit like it is now. Apparently there's just this constant battle with them really not knowing how they want it to play. And obviously the player base is kind of pissed off with that. I mean, I'm trying to think what the point of the aiming thing is. Because as I understand it, if you're tired or something, your aim suffers. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. But if you think about what that does for the game, right? Just imagine, we're trying to attack a position. Right? We're trying to attack a position. You're probably going to have to run at some point. But that means that you're then going to miss. And you're going to die. So you just have to creep up on the enemy. And it just slows the game down massively. It's just so weird. I was shooting. I was lying down shooting. And my gun's hopping around like this. If you're standing and holding an assault rifle, I was like shooting and it was like, go, 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 go. It's like, I'm sorry, but who is this guy? And some guy in chat was like, you got to control your weapon. That's realistic. I was like, it's not realistic. Otherwise, why would anybody use guns? You'd use spears. It's not realistic. I mean, when Armor Reforger, when the new armor comes out, I know Digby's going to be running a bunch of ops. I'll be all over that.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
AJFS 77 Just Zubed for a month.
How is that expensive? How is that expensive? It's £2 over what you would expect to pay for it. I'm not going to do this every day, folks. Let's open some basics. You never know. I might get a pod card in here. Oh man. Rising, was it Red Orchestra? Red Orchestra was so fucking good. I loved that game. Red Orchestra 2, I played that so much. It was great. Yeah, I think I can see which cards are yet to be found. If I go to my collection, we've got 527 out of 1,320 cards, and for Destiny, we're 1,000 cards off, and for Ghost, we've got 2. In fact, let's pop them in here. I don't know if this does anything. Maybe it raises the prestige of the store. I mean, Red Orchestra was great because it was good maps. It was pretty tight. in terms of like the scale of the map. It wasn't so big you felt like you were running forever. And when you captured things, you spawned from there. So you didn't have to rely on other players putting down spawn points for you, other players bringing ammo in, other players bringing building stuff in. It was just a really fun, realistic shooter where you shot someone and they died. And a lot of the time it was like fighting over specific areas. So, you know, people would hold a building down, the enemies would attack, and then you'd get a counterattack going. And it was like you could feel the lines of battle moving. It was like the best parts of Hell Let Loose, with none of the bullshit. They did occasionally have random artillery, which was wank. But you couldn't get people just sat at the back on a fucking... Wait, why did someone... Dan was going to sub. Thanks for ignoring. Why? What did she say? Just scrolling up. Did you even say anything? Any plans to do our MRE soon? Well, apparently you wouldn't have enjoyed it anyway, but... I mean, jeez. Sorry if I was in the middle of saying something. Wait! Everybody shut up! A viewer has said something. I'll quickly read that while speaking. And then respond to it. I wish they'd actually improve HL instead of whatever the hell they're currently doing with it. Whatever. Lost a sub there, guys. That's the problem with my stream. Is I don't pander to... I should have just said shh, shh. Someone said something. Hold on. Like, come on. I would love for people that watch streams to try streaming. I really would like to see how they do. I would like to see how you do. I would watch your stream. I want to see what it's like. Oh, I don't care. It's fine. Right sub names on top of my head. Damn. What if we did like the anti-titty streamer stream? Where I wasn't against them, because I don't care. But if I was representing them, but clearly without the aesthetic. So it was me, dressed normally, in a... No, Britishie, well this isn't. In a paddling pool, writing names on a board, disappearing off screen and saying changing into a hot outfit, and I come out just wearing a different shirt. And I just sit in the paddling pool and read exactly what is written in chat. I wonder how that would do. Sort of like when you have the anti-comedy comedy. Maybe we do that next summer. Break out the paddly pool. Tonight we expand. I'm thinking what I might do. Thing is, I like having this area open. I don't want shelves there because I like the light coming in. So I want to kind of keep the tables along there. We could move the singles tables to the back and maybe put a couple of rows of shelving in here and hire another cash guy and another stockroom guy. Oh, we fired Dean. We've got Clint now. Clint is great. Clint and Angus. I wonder if that stream would be actually okay if I wore a bikini. Could I get away with that? You can wear a bikini, right, as a dude? Because you gotta cover your nips up as a dude on Twitch. No one wants to see that. The shelves do not have to be against the walls. I think you can have back-to-backs. So what I was thinking was, we expand the back, we move this back, because we'll have extra space. We'll pop these in a corner, and then I'll run a rack of back-to-back shelves down the middle. We're going to need another cashier. Can we get another cashier? We need level 35 for him. Because let me tell you something, normal is nowhere. We kind of want to hire... We need level 40 so we can get Benji and Lauren. Sorry, Angus, mate, sorry. I don't want to move the tables because if you have shelves here, that'll look like shit. From outside the store, this looks like the place to be. You come past, you're like, what's this? The secret shop? Oh my god, this looks like a Tetramon shop? Oh my god, this looks amazing. Who's this dashing young fellow? Hello, Clint. Oh, I get deodorized on my way. This is wonderful. That's the vibe. Are we out of stars, Angus? Surely we've got 1 million. Are we just being slow, are we? That's fine. It's pretty shoddy of you, but... Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, which one is that? Do, 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 do. These packs sell really well. How do you open the stockroom? So, hang on. You go to Reno Big, you go to Shop Lot B, and you unlock it. We think it costs 5 grand. I can't remember exactly, but I think it costs about 5 grand. And then you can unlock it and use it. And you expand it the same way you do the main shop. So that's how you do it. It does help, because I don't know if you were anything like me early on. I just had stacks of boxes I was tripping over, and restocking the shelves is really hard. But you could get through. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just a bit annoying. Tournament's over. Everybody out. I like the idea that I just put my hand on the table and just ran down the table. Out! Oh, sorry, bud. Home. Spicy. Well done, he's not phasing, he knows the secret path. Every good stockroom employee knows the secret path. $4,400 is the highest I've had. If you check the card pricing, there are cards that are worth up to like 16, 20k, I think. So we're way off pulling a big one. Oh, it's sold. It sold that day. They always do. The whales love them. I worked in a warehouse one summer when I was at university. Because we were poor, I needed to work during the summer to have money to live while I was at university. In addition to half a grant, which you still got half a grant in those days. It's about 700, 800 quid a term, I think. And student loan, I had to take out a student loan, which came in tranches, so you got bits of money every term, and then you had to pay it back. But no tuition fees. But anyway, I was poor as fuck. Not quite poor enough to qualify for financial assistance, because my dad had money, but he wouldn't send me much. He didn't send me much. He'd give me like a little bit. That was back when he would write letters. And I would write letters talking about how poor I was to my parents, and they'd send me money. My mum didn't have any money, but she'd give me some. My dad had money, but he wouldn't give me much. Tight cunt. Anyway. The thing is, the summer jobs, you end up getting money for the first time in ages. So of course, what do? You go out and buy a shitload of Tetramon cards, or go out with your girlfriend. For me, it was Mrs. F. Or like have some fun for a change, buy some clothes, shit that you needed. So it was important, but I'd never go back to university with a bunch of money. Never. I'd always go back with just like maybe my overdraft was cleared and I had a little bit of money, but it was funny. I remember one time we were going out with some friends of ours, their parents were rich, and we went to the checkpoint, the cash point, sorry. Checkpoint, I didn't go to East German University. We went to the cash point, and over their shoulder we looked at their balance when they were checking their balance, and they had $2.5 grand in their account. They were 19, and they were like, oh yeah, my parents top it up. We were like, because I had $2.5 grand overdrawn at the end of university. And they made me pay it back, of course. They were like, you have to take out a student loan. And I was like, I've already got student loans. I've got to repay them over the next 10 years. They're like, no. We mean a loan to clear your overdraft. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I had to finish university. I had my student loan debt, which was probably about 12 grand at that point, maybe 14 grand. And I had to borrow £2,000 to pay back the overdraft and pay that back. So for the first 5 years that I was working, a decent chunk of my salary was going to repaying the bank or repaying the student loans company. But anyway, I didn't have tuition fees, so I cannot complain. But always my summer jobs, I had Exchange and Mart, the magazine that was like eBay before eBay existed. I had working in a warehouse. I had my industrial placement year, where I worked all year in Richmond. Lived with Mrs. F's aunt and uncle, which was nice. Made 12 grand. That's how much I got paid. Love, do you remember between the first year and second year, we worked at Exchange and Mart? In the second to third year, between year 2 and 3, I would have been doing industrial placement, wouldn't I? And I went back to Exchange and Mart. And you went back to Exchange and Mart. But then in the final year, between 3 and 4, I think I worked in a warehouse.
Yeah, for pharmacy.
Yeah, that was between 3 and 4, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought so. Cheers, love. Because, yeah, but when I finished my second year, I started work on my industrial placement year almost immediately because it's a full year. But then when I finished, I still had some time, and despite having had a job, I was broke, so I worked in this warehouse. It was for pharmacies in Bournemouth and Hull, so it was like a small warehouse, probably the size of a football pitch, maybe not even that. For a warehouse, half a football pitch. For a warehouse, you know, you think it's going to be massive and serve loads of people and have loads of people working there. There were 2 of us, me and this lad, a local lad. He was 19. He was set for a terrible life. He was really fascinated to hear that someone from his town, well, he was from Poole, I was from Bournemouth, so it was pretty much the same thing, had been to university, but was then working in this warehouse. He was like, why don't you get like a good job? Haven't you been to university? I was like, well, I'm still going, like it's a 4-year course. He was like, oh, I couldn't stand that, I'd rather just be working. And I was like, well, when you are working in a warehouse, make it nothing. There's not much ambition there. And he had, in the previous week, prior to me starting, had an accident on his bicycle where he'd smashed face first into a parked car and was really fucked up. It gradually healed over the few months I was working there, and gotten a girl knocked up in a pub toilet. So that was his life set. He's going to be stuck with this girl who he'd only known for a brief moment. It's funny, the whole degree thing. I'll be honest with you. I think that the problems we've got with student loans and everything, I know that when I went to university, there were a lot of people going who should never have gone to university. Probably myself included, because I was doing completely the wrong course. I barely attended it, completely failed, really, to learn anything. And scraped through with a 2-2. Is it really fair that the state, which is all of you, every taxpayer, should pay for me to cock about at university for 4 years? And I'd say fully half of all the people I met at university did not give a fuck. They really didn't. What used to happen was that people went to university because they were really good at a subject, or were going to go into academia, or it was like a really tricky thing where you needed a degree in something to do it. They didn't used to offer degrees in games design, Klingon, you know, all that shit. The universities became a business. I think the thing is, we don't really need so many people to go to university. We shouldn't. Most jobs don't require it. They say you need to have a degree, but you fucking don't. There's no way you need a degree. And it's lumbering all these young people with this insane expectation that they have to stay in school until they're 22, 21, 22. And they come out owing thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds into a world where they can't afford a house either. It's just crazy. Yeah, the unis make a ton of it, right? But here's my question. If we took paying for university back under government control, like it used to be, where they gave money to the universities, right? Here's my question. Who's paying for all these students to go to university? Just think how much money it costs now to go to university. Imagine that the taxpayer is suddenly responsible for all of that. I wonder if people accepted the payoff that university will be free, but we're not just going to fucking take everybody that wants to go. That either getting in is really hard, and it's only for certain subjects. They cut all that, like, universities would be absolutely butchered by such a change. Because they've all expanded, because now they've got money. I don't know what the end result would be. I wonder if people would be pro or con. Because I remember when student tuition fees came in, that was when the Lib Dems and the Tories were in a coalition, and Nick Clegg, the Lib Dem leader, ran on a platform of, don't worry, there's no way that we will allow student tuition fees to come in. There's no way. And then the moment they're in power, guess what? But I don't know what the solution is. You either have to accept that less people will go to university. Oh, really? Oh, that looks like shit. Shit, we've got so much more time to go before we can actually get anywhere. That's annoying, isn't it? Let's just see what we can do here. I think the people have quite a noble idea of going to university as something that everyone should have access to, but I shouldn't have gone to university. I was a fucking disaster. I was a complete waste of time at university. Like I said, a lot of the people I was at university, we didn't give a shit. We just didn't want to get a job yet. Or we were told you need a degree to get the kind of job you want to get. But I shouldn't have gone to university. That was awful. Why won't you match up? Is it because of this? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is now businesses are like, you need to have a degree. It's like, for what? Well, you're going to be, you know, director of TikTok or whatever. It's like, do I need a degree for that? It's like, oh yeah, you need a degree in media management. Okay, how about we just don't have that? and then people don't have to. All these young people aren't burdened with vast debts to get a job that definitely doesn't need that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's unpopular. Maybe people are like, no, everyone should go to university, but I just think it's just giving employers an excuse to turn people down unless they've been pre-selected by spending their fucking future being in debt forever because they have student loans. That's how it feels. I know, Swim Team. I know, mate. The music is an earworm, isn't it? Yeah. I think there are a lot of industries where I know people. I mean, I'll give you a prime example, alright? Sir Action Slacks is a good example. This is a guy who has a PhD in neuroscience. Ended up working as a manager at an Outback Steakhouse, and then quit that to become a content creator. That is a weird career path. When I started work at British Aerospace over 20 years ago, my manager had a degree in food sciences. His thesis was to make ice cream. I didn't work with a single person who had a computing qualification. They're all physicists and mathematicians. Or had no degree at all and had just gone through some kind of apprentice computer thing. Careers are so weird. So weird. They go all over the place. Some people just get a degree in history and end up teaching history or whatever, and that's cool. But a lot of people get a qualification in this and end up never using it, or never get a qualification in something and end up being really good at it. I mean, Shane is a good example of that. I don't know if Shane went to university, but I don't think he did esports management. Did he need a degree in that? Do you know what I mean? Like, I just think this idea that you have to have a degree to be a success in a job, it's just so bizarre. It's just been coded into us. Gotta get a degree, gotta get a degree. I just think, I don't know, half the time, can it really be worth it? Especially nowadays, it's just such a huge debt. Shane's doing great. Do we want to fit another shelf in here? Oof. Is there another product we can jam in here? Accessories. Oh. People do like accessories. What are these? deck boxes. Yeah, they are weird. I think part of it is mis-selling people on the idea that if they get this qualification, they can get this career. It's done well at that. I'm not saying it's a fair system, but you're just lumbering people with this huge amount of money that they then have to pay back for a dream that may never happen. Seems a bit mad to me. Probably shift a few more of these fucking stars if we put them somewhere. So many of the bloody things. I don't really want to put board games there because I kind of don't like the board games anyway. They're okay. Sell something cool. Oh, are these? Okay. Big investment. We got a couple of decent ones, but nothing fancy. What is going? Why aren't you on? You're on, and stinky people are just walking into the store. We don't want too many tables. You want shelves and stock. I'm tempted to even get rid of a couple of tables, but I don't think it actually made a huge difference. But I want things that look nice in the windows, and tables showing off snazzy cards looks great. The back of a shelf looks wank. But I don't want too many more tables, because then I think most people come in, just sit down and play, and don't buy the delicious stock. They do look nice. They look like other TCG players. Would you, if you were a restaurant, and your restaurant is like, you're doing alright, but you could do better. You're in a nice area. You want to attract the right kind of clientele. Would you hire models to sit in your restaurant? See, it's when two stinkies coming in at once. Oh, we got him. It got him because he paused. Look, would you hire models? A few times a week they come in and sit in the window and look fabulous. You would seat the pretty people by the window. Isn't that a curb? Where he's like, I noticed you put them up the front, but you set us at the back. Yeah, the ugly and the pretty side, exactly. That's a great purchase, sir. Oh my god! That's the first time it's crashed on me. Oh, at least it saved everything, thank Christ. I wonder if maybe they get stuck here or something. Where's Clint? Oh, I forgot. When you reload, they stand here. crashed again. Something about the way we've set up the shop is crashing the game. It must be placement. It must be placement. It's not the deodorant machines, because we moved them that morning. We didn't move them the previous morning. I think it might be the card tables in the corner. I reckon it's struggling to get there. Let's have a look. It's going to be something. There's a gap, something's overlapping, and when it's pathfinding, it's fucking up. Let's have a look. This is fine. I reckon they're like trying to go round like that. Let's see if it's that anyway. In they file. I reckon that was it. No, I don't want a manual save at the start of the day because that doesn't give us time to fix it. The save we've got is good because it's before the customers come in and then we can fix it. We can get through today. It auto saves at the end of every day anyway. $27.36. Hello. Enjoy. If you're ever looking for a spare player, I'm available. Nice. Thanks, Jim bro. They always walk off like this. That's how I walk when I'm drunk on TCGs. 17. God, so expensive. What, the deodorant? These? These are an excellent price. This guy's crazy. Sorry. £19.70. Here, just keep the change. £85.82. They do look like someone drunk who's trying to keep it together. 1306. Sup, bud? It's Humes. £4. That's what you get for spending £4. Oh, hello. You don't need this. Chuckle. Actually, she came in the other day absolutely stinking. We are pigs already. They sold well. Oh shit. You get XP per sale, and you get XP when you open cards. And I think if you open a high-value deck that produces a high-value card, you get bonus XP, I think. Let's have a look on the next sale. So, he wants that. £6.22. We got 10 XP for that sale. It is different every time. I think it does go up. It might be based on profit, or it might just be on overall total. So this is £36 sale. We've got 45 XP for that. This is a 77.77. And we only got 20 XP for that. Who knows? Oh, each item gives you more XP. Does it imply that anywhere? Doesn't say. Of course it doesn't say. That would be crazy. Man, those were popular, eh? Doing God's work, Clint. I've got to rip. So that was a 54 XP pack. That was a basic pack worth 8 XP. That was worth 35. So yeah, it does vary based on the rarity of the cards you pull. How's it going, Angus? Not you. I know your name's not Angus. My colleague. His name's Angus. He's not actually Scottish. It's an interesting story. His grandfather... Oh, sorry. Have a good day. Hello, mate. Oh, they're disgusting. What are you doing with these? Mangus. Yes. If it's an annoying amount of cash, I give them annoying amounts of change. Bazinga. Dean was fired. Now we have Clint and Angus. How'd you do that? Shit, I really thought that was you going out. That's very racist of me. I'm sorry, Mangus. They cannot stock the single card shelf. Not that I found anyway. I assume because there's nowhere to put it between like needing to be restocked. The only place you can take them is from your collection, and they don't have access to that. You can't store a single card like in a box on a shelf. So as far as I can tell, the single card stuff is you only. Fistronk. There's no decorations and shit yet. No, Fistronk, not Fiststronk. Fistronk. I've got quite a few favourite Tetramon. I'm a big fan of Fistronk, obviously. I like Bogan, because his name is Bogan. Mammo Tree, that's the tree where boobs are grown. I like... Where is he? Who doesn't like Burpig? Oh, and Florrie. Florrie, of course. Sorry, mate. I was busy admiring my multi-tens of $1,000 collection. £15 and 59p your change. Hello, mate. Bit of a waste of my time, but... Don't come to the till that's open, will you? I'm on day 72. Oh. I'm gonna take down the progress thing anyway. You guys have been generous enough. We more than hit our goal, and I'm doing the walk soon anyway. So the ghost cards are $500. We could sell them for $657, I think. But we'll just keep them in the case at the moment. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. We went from 2.3 to 5.2, so as usual, Twitch chat astonishing. This was a good game for it actually. I had a lot of people coming through, and I think maybe quite a few of the people that wouldn't have otherwise seen the stream donated as well, so that was good.
Someone claiming to be you reached out to me on DC under this same name. Just wondering if that was really you.
No, and yes, this happens a lot. There are a bunch of people out there scamming people on Discord. It's not me. I don't randomly message people I don't know. I never would. I have never done that, and I never would. Discord has been informed. There's nothing they can do about it. A bunch of people just created random Discord accounts with names that sounded like streamers. And they just go up and say, "Hi, it's me, XQC," or whoever. Although I think they're a little cleverer because they pick someone that's sort of nowhere near a big streamer. So it's semi-believable that I would message people, even though I have never messaged anyone I didn't know on Discord. And I get that message all the time. There's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. We have tried. We've tried. If the mod didn't get you banned from Twitch or something, I would do it, but I don't know if it does or not. I've got no idea. So I'm just enjoying the Tetramon instead. Look at Nimblus. What is there not to like? That one looks like a toilet bowl. Sherlock. Looks like a guy stuck in a toilet. Pow. It'll be like my name with a full stop or an underscore or spelt very slightly differently. I know TB used to get a lot of people hacking his Skype or trying to hack his Skype or pretending to be him. So he created a username that was just a string of uncopyable characters. Like you couldn't see what his name was. It was just gibberish. And if you knew him, you knew who that was. But there's no way you would see that and know who that was. Yes, it's just a load of bullshit, isn't it? I apologise. But I don't really have anything to apologise for. I can't do anything about it, and it's not me, so it just sucks. They don't seem to have any protection in to say that name is awfully similar to another name. But then the problem is, I mean, you kind of need verified names, I guess. Like, you need some kind of system where they're like, okay, this is clearly people trying to copy this person. We'll ban all the names other than this one. And if it sounds like it, or it's close to it, we'll just say, no, you can't have that name. Maybe something like that, I don't know. I'm sure that would be very hard to do. The thing is, the verification system with the locked names would work. Because what the problem with verified on Twitter used to be, that if you had a verified account and sold it or got hacked, people thought it was real because it 621 quid because it was verified. I mean, Twitter verification now is just lots of gibberish. It's beyond meaningless. I honestly, there is no doubt in my mind, the fact that when you're verified, it automatically sorts your replies to the top of any thread means that, first of all, there are far fewer people calling out Elon Musk for his bullshit. Because if anybody does, there are 100 replies down under all the verified dick smokers who just want to go up there and say how great Elon is. Or shilling their own crap. It's just grifters all the way down. It's grifting, grifting, grifting. Like, I see people that follow me that was like, so-and-so followed you, and they've got a blue check mark, and I click on them, and invariably they're retweeting Donald Trump stuff. They're big loonies, genuine loonies, like Marjorie Taylor Greene fans, all that kind of shit. Like, she said that this hurricane is suspicious and that they control the weather, and that it's only happening in swing states or in Republican states. Are you fucking crazy? Yeah. Yeah, you are. You're crazy. She may be a nutcase, but she's elected. People are voting for her. People are like, she speaks sense. She's claiming that because the path of the hurricane took it through a bunch of southern states that were red states, that they were controlling the weather. If you don't think they're controlling the weather, you're crazy. Yes, because raisins. The problem is, people like that give credence to any crackpot theory. And they're always, if someone says something crazy, they're like, well, I don't know, could be. Like, no, some shit is just, sounds crazy, it is crazy. People are just so mad at the moment that they'll vote for people like that. She's a crackpot. In any other era, she would just be called a crackpot. And now she's called a fucking senator or congressperson or whatever she is. Woo! Woo! Best pack ever. Let me send a... I guess I could send a tweet. I don't want to fucking send a tweet. Sorry. Post on Zeet, or whatever it's called. Zedit. Do you know what? I will say this. Twitter has made Reddit look like a pretty good website. That's a good point, Swim Team. Have you seen the AI pictures of Donald Trump helping out the hurricane victims and people saying, that's my president? And it's obviously AI. It's all cooked up in some Russian bot farm. They're just spamming Facebook with this shit. I think it's the most successful destabilization of a country that's ever occurred. That Russian propaganda about Donald Trump in the US. It's crazy how successful it's been. If you told me it happened in a third world country, you'd be like, wow, they fucking did a number on them. They did it all over Europe and the US. It's incredible. I saw that one. I saw that one, Matt. Like, even if you think the picture is real, somehow, is there no part of your brain that thinks, huh, funny, there was nothing on the TV about that. It's just one image with no story. Like, there's no critical thinking there at all. The internet really has gone to shit. Especially the last few years. Really gone downhill, hasn't it? Do you know what I think it is when it started off, there were grifters and there were con men and there were rip-off artists, absolutely. But it also felt like a place where an awful lot of people were able to be really creative. And the general public had not turned on to the internet yet. Like, they didn't know about it. And that was great, because it kind of meant if you were drawn to it, there was always something that was like, oh, this is so cool, and it was exciting to like explore the technology. And now, it's completely been taken over by huge companies and huge corporations who are spending millions every year each, so billions overall, figuring out how to market to people and do all this covert marketing, like going onto Reddit and posting fucking threads about their product. There's a subreddit called Hail Corporate, which found these two posts like 8 years apart, both identical. That was just shilling some product. A lot of the internet is that, right? Google went from being a search engine that focused on results to being manipulated by SEO. You had people figuring out the system and how it works. And scammers, and all these dickheads getting involved and deciding that they want to control the flow of information. And now AI and everything is all over it. It really has gone to shit. A lot of platforms, a lot of ideals and ideology and hate had no place anywhere before the internet, other than in small, crank circles that didn't reach the mainstream. And now that shit is just on your parents' Facebook feed. It is fucked. Oh, this is much better. We can bosh through this real easy. I like that, Mr. Corpse Milk. Yeah, it's become very divisive But yeah, it used to be really fun. Like even like Twitter back in the day was really exciting and new. I feel like YouTube still has some pretty good stuff on it, but there's an awful lot of absolute dreck, isn't there? A lot of the streaming platforms now are just churning out crap. I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of shit fucking games around as well. Like, really shit. This is charming. It's not expensive. Cool. I mean, it looks like shit, but I don't mind that, because the gameplay's quite fun. But I look, and a lot of these games are just like, God, how is this ever going to make money? People are giving up smartphones? I just think invariably all of these platforms go to shit. Do you know one of the reasons I think Vine is still so missed? Is that Vine was so short. You had 6 seconds, right? Or was it 8? I think it was 6. Whatever you were saying, you had 6 seconds to say it. I know it's like mega brain rot because it's just punchline, punchline, punchline. But as a platform, you can't sit there and say, here's my manifesto of hate. Because you'd have time to say, here's what I hate, everything! Except me. Cut. Next Vine. I just wonder where it ends. Where does it end? I feel like we've got pretty ideal placement of the destinkifier. I mean, luckily, I think I grew up in an era where I still spend plenty of time. I spend a lot of time on my computer for sure. Yeah, Vine is banned because a lot of bots were talking about Vine. This is an old banned word, but it was like check out this Vine or something. There was some link. There was a bunch of Twitch bots that went around a few years back that was spamming Vine something or other. I can't remember what. So that's why. I feel like we still got plenty of stock. Need some more pigs. Which pig is that? That's a regular pig. Have we got any? Could you get these fucking pigs on display? They get selling like hot pigs. Skivs, you could say grape plant. And anyone that tries to correct you will not be able to do so. People that say, do you mean Vine, will be unable to type it. Oh, you can type it all as one word. There you go. That's a bit weird. Does that mean if you typed a slur, please don't, but with a different letter in front, it wouldn't recognize it? Well, that's good, isn't it? Well done, Internet. Hello, mate. Just 2 packs today, is it? Beep, 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 boop, beep, boop. Well, because, Raisins, you've also spelt league wrong, so... No, I'm not going to type slurs either. I was about to ban you, Mr. Corpse Milk, because I thought that was a bot link, but... I don't think the word cunt is banned anyway. £90.30 for a card. Maybe you could afford some tracksuit pants that match your top. Here, have a tenner. Keep the change. £4.90. Here, I'm gonna keep the change, mate. Basic cuss words I don't have a problem with. If it has a universal adapter, I don't care. The problem is ones that are targeted. Mrs. F doesn't like it when I say that word. In fact, I'm trying to think of the occasions she's said it. She has to be pretty drunk and very angry about something. She's never called me that. I've never called her that either. That's why I still have testicles. The females don't like that word. The females don't. I'm reliably informed. The females. Females. Hello, sir. You appear to be a male subject. Oh. Another male? £40, please. Any females? Oh, there's a female. A female. Sorry. It's just a funny shit word, isn't it? When people use it. I'm sorry, dude. You gotta know, people that sound like that and talk like that use that word a lot. Oh, I've got a sore throat. Fuck, I'm coming down with a cold at exactly the wrong time. Australians, I think Kiwis, and people from the UK and Ireland we say cunt a lot. We're nowhere near as... It's still the baddest swear word. Give me your money, cunt. You see, you can't say it. Yeah, female. This fucking... Clint, you could pop the fucking light on occasionally, mate.
Excuse me.
Pretty slow day, take-wise.
Hunter-banner just Zubed for 11 months.
Merci. No, there's no. I don't think it adds more lights as you expand. So yeah, you get kind of a dingy shop in the end. Early days. I assume cosmetics like wallpaper, because this place looks like a dump. What's the worst thing you could combo the word cunt with? Mum. You're such a cunt, Mum. I think that. Oh, the system works. Oh, I lied. Oh no, I didn't lie. Fungus, Jesus Christ. This is for a child, right? Have a look at yourself, mate. These are two singles jammed together. I didn't know there were two-sided shelves. We already had the shelves, so... Serious customer, this guy. Nod. Nods respectfully towards you. I love those. Nods respectfully towards you. People saying that shit in asterisks in a conversation online. That's internet gold right there. Yes, we only do £1 coins. There used to be £1 notes back in the day, but now it's a coin. There's a £1 coin and a £2 coin. Both incredibly useful. Council bills your store has to pay. So you do have to pay rent, electricity, and salary. So those are the bills you have to pay. Go home lonely. And you two sad sacks. No mods. No mods. I didn't even know there were mods for this until yesterday. Don't shake your head. Don't shake your head. I kicked you out because you were sitting there doing fuck all. people make the arguments about NFTs. I kind of think it's just a con. But with Tetramon cards, they do have some value. They are printed on card, which is kind of like paper. And you could represent higher amounts of money with rarer cards. Like, it's not that wild a leap. That'll be 2 Lup-Ups and a Nanomite, please. It's not that crazy. From saying £4.32. Like, it's all fucking pretty arbitrary. Obviously, the difference is Tetramon is only backed by Splintendo. I mean, most spending that I do these days, and certainly most of the things that I buy, it's very rarely in cash. I mean, you still need cash, I think. Some things that you don't want to have to use a card to pay a mate, or, you know, like our cleaner takes cash, for example. I don't want to have to do bank transfers for everything, because that is kind of tedious. Sometimes just giving people cash is pretty handy. When you say enabling tax evasion, you're assuming she doesn't pay tax. Why? Why have you made that assumption? Because she's just a cleaner? Have a look at yourself. Man, people are queuing out the door. Exactly, Bassett. I mean, saying that because I'm paying cash I'm enabling tax evasion, from my perspective, there's no difference between paying cash and paying with a card, because who's to say that either way they're paying cash? Oh, they're paying tax. If I go to the farmer's market and pay on their little Apple Pay beep to buy a bunch of onions, we sure they're paying tax on those onions? You're just assuming. Just making assumptions, throwing yourself at conclusions. You saw a conclusion and you stripped off, fully naked, and launched yourself at it, covered in woad. Sir, you do me a great honor. You are welcome back in this store anytime. Cheeky $3,000 purchase. I don't know why the 3K sale is worth 10 XP, but I do know that when you see the amount at the top there, I'm getting XP from Clent making sales as well. So you might have just, I don't know if there was another sale at the same time that you missed. So that one was worth 15 XP. This, £11.98 change. 63 XP. But I guess the card wasn't worth this much. Because when you look at the cards... Here, let me... If I put this card on here... The profit is £44.41. Right? So in the eyes of the game, the card is completely worthless. And selling it, I'm getting 100% value from it. There's no margin. If it sells for $3,000, I'm making a profit of $3,000 in the eyes of the game. It's not factoring in some baseline cost for that card. That will be £33.78. I mean, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it? These guys standing around eerily. Buy something on GTFO. You lads are chill. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bud. £14 and a penny. Waiting around for that penny, huh? Oh, wait, I gave you 1 penny too many. I better take that back. Because that's a penny. That's of real value. Worth waiting around for a fucking penny. No change needed? Thank you, Mirror Me. I've built a bit of a rat den myself, man, but if you send me a screenshot, bud. There's what you want. God, I'm coming down with a cold. Just in time to walk 18 miles on Saturday. That's going to be fun. My mate's fucked his foot. My other mate is never going to make it. Most of my mates will. But there are a couple of lads that I'm like, he's not going to make it. There's like a bunch of us. I mean, look, HMRC will chase you. For even small amounts, they will chase. Apparently for very large amounts, and if you're very wealthy, they will not. But I got fined for not filing a tax return. One time, this is when I just started off, and I thought I was below the threshold. You still got to file it. He sent it to me on Discord. Let's have a look at this. Month's Maze. What? It's bare, mate. One product on offer. That is insane. £27.72. That's deranged. Are you making any money, man? Look at this. This is a sick man. Look at this. That's Munch Shop. That's disgusting. All he sells is the most expensive card box. Nothing else to do there. It's disgraceful. You make 10 grand a day. Funny, because all I see in the top right is that you have 6,000 euros. Where's all the money going? The random stuff in the store. What random stuff? There's nothing in your store. Yeah, but why are you buying the licenses? You don't need them. How? Wait, do you have a lad manning the till? And you just... You just stand there constantly restocking as fast as they take stuff off the shelves. Tell you what, mate. £67 your change. Mystery license. It's that. Hold the button to give change. How am I meant to tediously count out 67 pence in change if I hold down the button? Out, out. I don't think we sold any of these. We're running low on dice. Oh, the red dice aren't selling too well, eh? Damn. Let's make sure when we do sell them, we get some value. Oh, maybe we'll get some extra shelves then. We're not even close to maxing out our space yet, so there's no rush. Apparently there is a mod that lets you open cards quicker. Might download that. Oh, the mods aren't on Steam? Oh, I can't bother fucking around with that. Anyway, I will be back this evening. Think we're doing in-houses, but I thought the in-houses were on hiatus, but there are some GTI games. And then we'll fanny about playing some games after that. So yeah, I will see you guys this evening. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.